Chapter 4367. Although it was Duan Lingtian's first time in the Outer Realm, he had easily killed the higher ultimate god great demon that he had encountered. After killing the great demon, everything was calm. However, he knew that this was just the calm before the storm. He could almost foresee that if he stayed nearby after killing the great demon, the same day next year would definitely be his death anniversary. In the Outer Realm, most of the great demons are not individual demons. Behind those great demons, there's more or less a group of demonic beasts, and the experts at the top of these demonic beasts are basically the strongest. Even if they are not the strongest, they're the best among the top high-level ultimate gods. Only such tyrannical great demons can lead a group of demonic beasts and make a group of arrogant and powerful great demons submit. Among the great demons, they usually do things their own way. But if a great demon is killed, as long as that great demon is not an individual demon, the demonic beasts behind him will definitely have stronger great demons to avenge him. Before coming, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot of useful information from the Xia clan's strongest ancestor. Because of this, after accidentally appearing in the sea area, he did not intend to provoke any great demons that might exist in the sea area. However, if a great demon attacked him, he could only passively defend and even kill the other party. In the Outer Realm, one had to be low-key when it was time to be low-key and also be strong when it was time to be strong. The law of survival in the Outer Realm was the same as in the God-defying realm. The strong were respected, and the weak were prey to the strong. Quickly leave this sea area. On land, the great demons in the sea area, including some powerful demon masters, generally will not leave the sea area rashly. They also have opponents in the sea area. If they leave rashly, their nests may be invaded. In the Outer Realm, demonic beasts occupied an area and did not occupy a random place. The stronger the demonic beast group, the better the place they occupied. Those places were basically conducive to the breeding of heaven and earth treasures. Usually, many heaven and earth treasures were in the growth period or close to maturity. When the strong left, there was no defense, and it was very likely that people would take advantage of the situation. Of course, if the strong left quietly, no one would rashly enter because once the strong did not leave, rashly entering was no different from courting death. Even if he wants to chase me, he won't go too far. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to escape from the sea and onto land, suddenly a figure took form in the sky above the sea region that Duan Lingtian had left. That figure narrowed its eyes slightly as it looked at Duan Lingtian, who had turned into a small black in the distance. This was a young man with a devilishly handsome appearance. He wore a dark blue robe, and his figure was tall and straight. He didn't look like a human at all. However, there were two robust humanoid greater demons following behind him. Their faces were ferocious, and their bodies were strong like bulls. Moreover, the faintly discernible auras on their bodies were extremely powerful as well. If Duan Lingtian was still here and saw these two strong human-shaped great demons, he would immediately know that these two great demons were much stronger than the great demon he had killed earlier. Lord Demon Venerable, aren't we going to chase? One of the great demons asked the tall and handsome youth, standing in front of him, respectfully. When the youth heard this, he shook his head. There's no need to chase, now that he has entered the territory of the Crimson Demon Ridge. The Crimson Demon won't let this go easily. It's not worth offending the Crimson Demon for a human. When he spoke up to hear, the young man paused for a moment before he smiled and said, Moreover, it's still unknown whether this human kid will be able to escape alive after entering the Crimson Devil Ridge. Although the Crimson Devil Ridge is filled with human cultivators, most of them are the devil puppets of the Crimson Devil. The Crimson Demon won't miss such a demon puppet, since this human boy is already so powerful as a medium ultimate god. The smile on the youth's face gradually disappeared. But this is good too. After becoming a demon puppet, that human boy will never be able to enter the ultimate realm again. To us, It's a good thing that the human race has one less ultimate expert with extraordinary talent. A medium ultimate God who has comprehended the space law to the point of illuminating thousands of miles and mastered such a powerful sword principle. The traces left by his attack haven't completely disappeared even now. What a terrifying talent! As soon as he finished speaking, the youth turned around and flew away. The two great demons behind him also left. Duan Lingtian still did not know that he had entered a place called the Crimson Demon Ridge. He only knew that he was safe to a certain extent after leaving the sea and entering the land. Of course, although he knew that the land was safer than the sea where he had killed the great demons, he did not dare to be careless. He continued to move forward while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. At this moment, Duan Lingtian still did not know that his whereabouts had been tracked. At the same time, in a stone house behind a short mountain in the Crimson Demon Ridge, a mirror image appeared in the void. It was a mirror image formed by a formation. What appeared in the mirror image was Duan Lingtian, who was moving forward vigilantly. How dare he trespass into our Crimson Demon Ridge? Moreover, he's only a medium ultimate god. Let's go. Capture him and send him to the Centurion. A group of people stood in front of the mirror image. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man in black armor with blood energy surrounding his body. The moment his words left his mouth, the black armor extended and covered his head as well, making him seem like a black warrior who was completely covered in black armor. The group of people behind him were also dressed in black. Each of them had a cold expression on their faces, and their eyes were filled with blood energy. They gave off an evil vibe. Whoosh! The Dark Warrior was the first to make a move. The 10 people behind him also started to move and follow him. Whoosh! 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 11 figures flashed across the void like black phantoms. The Dark Warrior in the lead had the cultivation base of a higher ultimate god, while the 10 people behind him were all medium ultimate gods who had consolidated their cultivation base. Duan Lingtian had already noticed it when he heard the sound of wind whistling behind him. Just as he subconsciously paused, he realized that there were rapid wind whistling sounds coming from the front, left, and right. Then he saw 4 groups of people surrounding him from 4 different directions. The 4 groups of people were led by a person in black armor. His face could not be seen clearly due to the black armor covering his entire body. Only a pair of eyes that seemed to be filled with blood energy could be seen. Behind the 4 leaders were 10 other people in black armor. Whether they were old, middle-aged, young, or women, all of them had a cold expression and their blood energy eyes were terrifying. Duan Lingtian felt that these people were not normal people at all. He's mine. The leader of the group on Duan Lingtian's left let out a loud roar and took the lead to charge towards Duan Lingtian. He also displayed the strength of a higher ultimate god. However, this higher ultimate god strength was much weaker than the great demon Duan Lingtian had previously encountered. Perhaps, if this person had encountered the great demon, he would not have been able to withstand 3 moves. Humph! Another cold snort was heard, and another group of people also charged towards Duan Lingtian. As for the remaining 2 groups, they also followed closely behind. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He could see that these people were organized and disciplined. Could it be that he had entered another force's territory? There were many wilderness areas in the outer land, but there were also many places that were territories of other forces. Let's get out of here, quickly. Although the 4 groups of people's strength were average, Duan Lingtian could completely destroy them in a few breaths if he wanted to kill them. However, Duan Lingtian did not intend to attack these people. Once he killed them, it might cause even more trouble. This place was different from the sea area. In the sea area, he could see the land not far away and could confirm that the land was not the territory of the sea monsters. Therefore, after killing the great demon, he immediately headed towards the land. He would be safe once he reached the land. However, this place was land, and he did not know how wide the forest behind these 4 groups of people covered. If it was very wide and he killed these 4 groups of people, he would inevitably attract more powerful forces. Therefore, he chose to escape directly. He did not want to confront these people directly. Whoosh! In a flash, Duan Lingtian quickly flew away. It was not that he did not want to teleport, but there were many people who were skilled in the law of space among these 4 groups of people. These people disturbed the space and made it impossible for him to teleport. At the same time, Duan Lingtian moved and displayed the law of space. Suddenly, a heaven and earth vision that illuminated thousands of miles appeared. It also made the leaders of 2 of the 4 groups of people exclaim, "Is he the person who displayed the heaven and earth vision that illuminated thousands of miles in the nearby sea area?" A middle-level ultimate god who had mastered the law of space that illuminated thousands of miles. He was definitely a genius among geniuses. In the next moment, 4 messages flew out from the hands of the 4 leaders. After Duan Lingtian discovered this, he quickly left the space disturbed by these people and teleported away. After the first teleportation, he teleported a second time. "I have to leave immediately." Duan Lingtian's face was extremely solemn. After the 4 groups of people realized that they could not stop him, they decisively sent out messages which made him realize that something was wrong. These people must be notifying a stronger existence. In the next moment, a thunderous laughter echoed in a large area around him. A middle-level ultimate god who has comprehended the law of space to illuminate thousands of miles? Interesting, interesting. I'm sure Lord Crimson Demon won't be stingy with such a genius if I offer him to him. Chapter 4368. Master Centurion. At the place where Duan Lingtian was previously at, where Duan Lingtian could not see, the eyes of the 4 black-armored Decurions who led the team to kill Duan Lingtian flashed with fanaticism when they heard the loud voice. That voice belonged to their master Centurion. Their Centurion was a top-notch high-level ultimate god who could single-handedly defeat 10 of their Decurions. Even in their Crimson Demon Ridge, there were only 8 Centurions under their master Crimson Demon's command. I'm also good at the spatial law. I'll play with you. When the voice sounded again, Duan Lingtian realized that the large space he was in was once again disrupted by another spatial energy, causing him to be unable to teleport. After realizing this, Duan Lingtian did not intend to stay any longer and continued to flee. Although he could feel that the person who attacked him was only an upper ultimate god who was slightly more powerful than the great demon he had killed in the sea region. If they were to fight, he could easily kill his opponent if he unleashed his full strength. However, what would happen after he killed his opponent? Would there be someone even more powerful in this area? Would there be a supreme powerhouse? The Outland is filled with danger at every step. It's better for me to leave now that I know I'm in the middle of a force. This was what Duan Lingtian wanted to do the most at that moment. He wanted to leave this place and at least get as far away as possible from this area that belonged to a force. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian, who could no longer use the teleportation profundity to escape, said in a clear voice, "Sir, I've accidentally entered this place. Please forgive me if I've offended your sect. I have no intention of being your enemy. What I want to do now is to leave this place and walk out of here." Duan Lingtian lowered his voice and spoke sincerely. "Haha," a loud laugh sounded. "You're a guest, so stay." This time, the voice was getting closer and closer. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized that the formation that he did not notice earlier had begun to swirl around him, preventing him from moving forward. The power of the spirit formation wasn't very strong, but when it enveloped him, it was like waves of a stormy sea. Although it couldn't injure him, it obstructed his path forward. Duan Lingtian's face darkened. He knew that the formation must be controlled by the person who had just spoken. The 4 groups of people that he had encountered earlier were most likely unable to control the formation. Otherwise, they would have controlled the formation long ago. Not only would they be able to stop him, but they would also be able to block his path and prevent him from teleporting. Within the power of the formation, the power of space appeared. It could affect the surrounding space and prevent him from teleporting. However, the 4 groups of people did not do so. Obviously, they were unable to control the formation. The person is obviously an important figure from this force. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After his path was blocked and he was forced to slow down, Duan Lingtian saw a middle-aged man who was also dressed in black armor and had a bloody aura around him appearing in front of him. The middle-aged man had a square face and cold eyebrows. He stared at him with a mocking smile. A middle-level ultimate god with your strength. You can be considered a genius among geniuses. However, in front of a truly powerful high-level ultimate god, your strength is not enough. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he did not waste any more words with Duan Lingtian and immediately flew towards Duan Lingtian. The moment the middle-aged man attacked, the power of law appeared. He was an expert in the power of law of fire. Flames filled the sky, and his entire person seemed to have turned into an invincible fire god. His high-level ultimate god's divine power fluctuated, the power of law appeared, and the vision of heaven and earth appeared. Illumination for thousands of miles. Moreover, after illuminating thousands of miles, there were signs that it would continue to extend outwards. It was obvious that his attainment in the power of law of fire was much deeper than Duan Lingtian's in the power of law of space. Bang! The middle-aged man's weapon was a huge mace. It was longer than his height of more than 2 meters. The largest side of the mace was more than 1.5 meters wide. It did not look like a weapon that a 2-meter-tall man would use. Instead, it looked more like a weapon that a 10-meter-tall giant man would use. Although the mace was huge, it was extremely agile in the middle-aged man's hands. As he swung it, rolling flames burned the sky like a meteorite falling from the 9 heavens. The mace was swung in the direction of Duan Lingtian. It was also at this moment that Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that the weapon in the middle-aged man's hand was slightly weaker than his 7 orifices exquisite sword. In other words, it did not have as many supreme divine weapon embryos as the 7 orifices exquisite sword. It was even weaker than the divine weapon of the great sea demon that he had encountered earlier. He is stronger than that great sea demon, but the divine weapon in his hand is inferior. At this moment, this thought flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind. At the same time, he felt that it was somewhat incomprehensible. Logically speaking, the stronger the person, the higher the grade of the divine weapon in his hand. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely unaware of this. Human cultivators were different from great sea demons, great monsters. As long as they left their own monster beast clan, they could kill wantonly. Human cultivators, on the other hand, were more orderly, although there were people who killed without warning. These people would become the public enemy of others. It was fine if they were strong, but if they were weak, they wouldn't be able to live for long. Huang seeing the mace fall from the sky, the weapon spirit within it appeared to assist the middle-aged man. Duan Lingtian's heart stirred, and he also awakened the sword spirit within the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Then he attacked again. Not only did he use the power of law of space, but he also used the sword principle. Originally, there was still a huge gap between him and his opponent. But now, with the sword principle, not only did it instantly close the gap, it even overshadowed his opponent's brilliance. Sword principle. Seeing that his attack was blocked by the sword that rose into the sky and was still being defeated, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. At the same time, the blood in his body surged, and the power of the bloodline in his body also erupted instantly. As a human cultivator in the outer realm, he either had the power of the bloodline or could condense a law avatar. The middle-aged man was obviously someone who had the power of the bloodline. Once the power of the bloodline was unleashed, the middle-aged man's attack became slightly stronger. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, he was still at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed by Duan Lingtian. And just as the middle-aged man thought that the purple-robed young man in front of him would follow up with a victorious attack and even kill him in one go, he realized that the other party had held back in time. At the critical moment, after the seven-colored sword light annihilated his power, the sword turned and only sent him flying instead of splitting him in two. At this moment, the middle-aged man felt a lingering fear in his heart. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of gratitude in his eyes. In the next moment, the other party's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. "Thank you for showing mercy. If you want to leave, head to your right. Go all the way there and cross 13 hills. You'll no longer be in the territory of our Crimson Devil Ridge. You'll only pass by the territory of a centurion on this path. You'll have to pass by the territories of at least 2 centurions in the other directions. If you go this way, he'll most likely make a move as well. As long as you don't kill him, he probably won't inform Lord Crimson Devil's personal demon guard immediately. If the personal demon guard makes a move, he can mobilize all the formations in the Crimson Devil Ridge. This is a privilege that centurions don't have. At that time, even if your strength is on par with his, you'll most likely be left behind. Try your best to escape. If you're left behind, your life will be ruined here." The middle-aged man reminded Duan Lingtian in time through voice transmission because he had spared his life at the critical moment. In the next few breaths, I'll have to contact Lord Crimson Devil's personal demon guard. Otherwise, I'll be incompetent. If Lord Crimson Devil pursues the matter, even if I don't die, I'll be skinned alive. Whoosh! Before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian had already listened to the middle-aged man's words and fled to the right. A moment later, he used teleportation. Lord Crimson Devil. Judging from what he said, Lord Crimson Devil's personal demon guard is stronger than him. If he's stronger than him, he's probably not weaker than the top ultimate gods in the various divine planes, giant ultimate gods forces in the reverse god realm. Lord Crimson Devil is an ultimate expert. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. At the same time, he thought of the sea area he had just left and was suddenly enlightened. Since the Crimson Devil Ridge dared to rule over a region of the sea area, it was more than 99% likely that they had the combat strength of an ultimate expert. Whoosh! 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 When Duan Lingtian teleported away, the 4 groups of people who had surrounded him and followed behind him saw the injured middle-aged man coughing up blood and looking weak. Centurion. The 4 groups of people's expressions changed at the same time. Now, the leaders of the 4 groups had put away the armor on their heads, leaving only the armor on their bodies. Their faces were filled with shock. That purple-clad young man was stronger than their centurion? Was he really just a medium ultimate god? Bang! 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 In the next moment, they noticed that there were sounds of fighting coming from the right side. At the same time, a loud shout was heard. "Centurions, I'm no match for this intruder. Quickly come and help me." At this moment, Duan Lingtian met another centurion from the Crimson Devil Ridge and successfully crushed his opponent. At the same time, he spared his opponent's life at the critical moment. However, his opponent's reaction was different from the previous centurion. He was determined to deal with Jian Wushuang and was unwilling to let him go. "Get lost!" Sensing a few strong auras whistling from afar behind him, including the aura of the middle-aged man he had defeated earlier, Duan Lingtian's face darkened and the 7-colored sword, Ray, whistled out again. This time, although he did not kill, Duan Lingtian dealt a heavy blow and directly knocked his opponent out. "I have to leave the Crimson Devil Ridge as soon as possible." After realizing that this was the territory of an ultimate expert, Duan Lingtian did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately fled into the distance and crossed the hills. After the 13 hills, it was the outside world. Once there would be no formation to restrict him, and he could leave as fast as he could. However, When Duan Ling Tian saw the 13th hill in front of him, he seemed to have sensed something. He instantly came to a halt and retreated immediately. Buzz! In the next instant, a terrifying thunderbolt saber ray whistled in front of him. It seemed to be able to slash the heavens and split the earth. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could sense traces of saber Dao in it. The vision of heaven and earth that appeared when the sword ray was released continued to spread out. It was much more exaggerated than the light of 10,000 miles. Duan Ling Tian scanned with his divine consciousness, and his expression changed drastically. At the same time, his heart trembled. Light of 10,000 miles. In the outside world, the law that could trigger the vision of heaven and earth and light of 10,000 miles was, without exception, a law that had entered the complete realm. A high-level ultimate God who had mastered this law could be called a top high-level ultimate God, even if he did not master the 4 heavenly Tao or other special powerful techniques. Mastered song. In the next moment, a respectful greeting came from behind. Not far in front of Duan Ling Tian, a thunderbolt flashed and a person appeared. A tall, strong, half-naked 3-meter-tall giant was staring at Jian Wushuang with bloodshot eyes. This is the personal demon guard of that Lord Crimson demon mentioned by that person. Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled and guessed the identity of the person in front of him. Chapter 43:69. Boom! The terrifying lightning saber light whizzed down, directly splitting apart a mountain below. A bottomless ravine appeared like a bottomless abyss. This was the result of a single slash. Illuminate 100,000 miles. Duan Ling Tian was really shocked. In the outer realm, illuminating 100,000 miles with the power of law was a sign that one's power of law had reached the perfected realm. Although it was only the small perfection, it was the lifelong pursuit of many upper-level ultimate gods. Many upper-level ultimate gods had not even reached the small perfection realm in their power of law when they became ultimate gods, of course. One could not become an ultimate god just by relying on the power of law. Even if one mastered the power of law to the highest level, the great perfection realm, one could not become an ultimate god. However, an upper-level ultimate god who mastered the power of law to the great perfection realm was definitely the strongest below an ultimate god. At that level of cultivation, unless an omnipotent expert intervened, no one below the level of an omnipotent expert would be able to kill him. Upper-level ultimate gods at the great perfection realm were rare even in the 10,000 worlds, let alone the god-defying realm. As for the god-defying realm, according to Duan Ling Tian's knowledge, there were upper-level ultimate gods at the great perfection realm in history, but there were no upper-level ultimate gods at the god-defying realm. However, even an upper-level ultimate god who mastered the power of law to the small perfection realm was definitely a top upper-level ultimate god. In the god-defying realm, there were not many of such upper-level ultimate gods, and all of them were giants. In the outer realm, such an upper-level ultimate god is only a personal demon guard. However, since the owner of Crimson Demon Ridge is an ultimate god, it's not demeaning for such an existence to be his personal demon guard. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he stared at the 3-meter-tall giant before him who was covered in lightning. However, his expression became slightly solemn. In terms of strength, such an existence was not much weaker than him, moreover. Who knew if the other party had other tricks up his sleeve? In the outer realm, there were many experts, especially such a top upper-level ultimate god, who dared to say that he did not have other tricks up his sleeves. An ultimate god's personal demon guard. He might have an ultimate divine weapon. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted and his heart trembled at the thought. At this moment he finally reacted. Ultimate divine weapon. That was a divine weapon that was much more powerful than the 7 exquisite sword in his hand. Although he had the embryo of a supreme divine weapon in his hands, which was enough to transform the 7 orifices exquisite sword into a supreme divine weapon, it still needed time. As a result, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword was still on the path to becoming a supreme, divine weapon. If he has a divine weapon, I might not even divine demon guard. Duan Lingtian. After all, if such an existence had grasped other shocking techniques to the point where they could defeat him, it was likely that they would be able to become an omnipotent expert. One needed an opportunity to become an ultimate power level strength. It did not mean that one would be promoted based on the level of comprehension of the laws or the level of accumulation of divine power. Once one was promoted, it would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. As an upper-level ultimate god, some weaker upper-level ultimate gods might be able to become an ultimate power more easily. After becoming an ultimate power, they would be able to crush you with one finger. However, before the other party became an ultimate power, they would not be a match for you. Once a paragon cultivator made a breakthrough, the increase in their strength would definitely be at least 5 times greater than before. In fact, it might even be higher than that. Because of this, Duan Lingtian felt that even if the other party was extremely powerful, he would be able to contend with him with the help of an ultimate divine weapon. However, he would only be able to contend with him. This was not the result he wanted. He wanted to leave the Crimson Demon Ridge as soon as possible. Even he himself did not know why, but in this Crimson Demon Ridge, he always felt uncomfortable all over. Perhaps it was because of the 4 groups of people he had met at the beginning, or perhaps it was because of the 2 centurions he had met later on, or perhaps it was because of everyone else, including this personal demon guard in front of him. These people didn't give him the feeling that they were normal humans. They resembled the devil Tao cultivators he had encountered in the Devata realms in the reverse god realm. However, they did not seem like human cultivators at all. Senior. Duan Lingtian looked at the 3-meter-tall man who was glaring at him with battle intent in his eyes. He cupped his hands together and said, "I have no intention of becoming enemies with all of you. I'm just about to leave." However, the 3-meter-tall man only smiled wickedly when he saw Duan Lingtian's sincerity. "So what? Since you've come to the Crimson Demon Ridge, you should stay. If a genius like you stays, I'm sure Lord Duan Lingtian will be willing to accept you as his personal devil guard. When you become an upper-level ultimate god, you won't even need to consolidate your cultivation base. I'm afraid you won't be any weaker than me." A hint of shock could be seen in the 3-meter-tall man's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. Not only did the intermediate ultimate god in front of him comprehend the law of space, but he had also mastered the sword Tao. He had a feeling Duan Lingtian would become a supreme powerhouse as soon as he became an upper-level ultimate god and accumulated enough cultivation base. A hint of envy could be seen in the depths of the giant man's eyes when he thought about this. He was destined to never become a supreme powerhouse. Even if he mastered the 4 Tao of heaven and earth to become a supreme powerhouse or had other means to become a supreme powerhouse, it was impossible. After all, he was the personal devil guard of that supreme powerhouse. His body was restricted by that supreme powerhouse's power. It was not only a restriction that was close to slavery, but it also restricted his chances of becoming a supreme powerhouse. As long as he was by that supreme powerhouse's side, he would never be able to become a supreme powerhouse. Unless that supreme powerhouse died, a hint of despair flashed in the depths of his eyes when he thought about this. A complicated expression appeared on his face. He knew very well that it would be extremely difficult to kill that supreme powerhouse. Not only was he extremely powerful, but he also had powerful means to protect himself. According to him, 2 supreme powerhouses who were more powerful than him had joined forces to kill him, but he had managed to escape. Of course, he was not sure if that supreme powerhouse was bragging. However, based on his understanding of the supreme powerhouse, even if he was bragging, he would not bother bragging in front of his personal devil guard. If I capture this genius and hand him over to my lord, he might be willing to promise to give me freedom after a certain number of years if he's happy. After all, the personal devil guards by my lord's side have also received similar treatment. A different light shone in the depths of the giant man's eyes when he thought about this. It was hope, desire, and anticipation. However, in the next moment, when he sensed that the purple-clad young man in front of him seemed to want to go around him and leave, he instantly regained his senses and attacked again with lightning speed. Buzz! The long saber in his hand swung, and a terrifying lightning saber ray whizzed out again, stopping Duan Lingtian, who was about to go around him. It really is a supreme divine weapon. Duan Lingtian's gaze also fell on the long saber in the giant man's hand after he had narrowly avoided the saber. The long saber looked ordinary, but it did not contain any soul aura. Obviously, it was a divine weapon without a soul. However, this divine weapon without a soul gave him the feeling that it was more powerful than the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Moreover, it was more powerful by more than one level. Chapter 4370. The long saber, including the hilt, was about 5 feet long and was dark green in color. It was hard to tell what material it was made of, as it looked ordinary. However, when the surrounding lightning surged into the blade, the seemingly simple and unadorned blade gave off a suffocating aura. It was an aura that did not belong to a high-grade divine artifact at all. This aura not only made Duan Lingtian feel suffocated, but it also gave him a sense of oppression from the bottom of his soul, as though it contained a terrifying will. A supreme divine weapon, the weapon of the strongest. Even a higher ultimate god would be invincible when using it. When he was in the god-defying world, Duan Lingtian had heard of the terror of a supreme divine weapon many times and knew that it was widely recognized as an invincible weapon. Of course, it did not mean that anyone who had a supreme divine weapon would be invincible. However, at the very least, if one of the two parties had a powerful divine weapon, they could easily crush the other party. This is the personal demon guard of the Crimson Demon Ridge Master, a powerful ultimate god. Now he's trying to stop me and is even using a supreme divine weapon. An ultimate god is an existence that I can't match. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Even if he has a supreme divine weapon, he can forget about stopping me. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with a cold light. Today, even if this person was a top-higher ultimate god with the power of law at the small perfection level and had a supreme divine weapon, he could forget about stopping him. Whoosh! In the next instant, Duan Lingtian made his move. 7-colored sword ray shone brightly as he displayed all his sword principle. At the same time, his space law was raised to the maximum. Even his doppelganger of the space laws had come out. I just want to leave, Duan Lingtian said coldly. When he stepped out in the void, he moved his 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand. It was as beautiful as the rainbow-colored clouds falling from the 9 heavens. At the same time, his space law doppelganger also made his move and attacked his opponent. Good timing! The giant man's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian making his move. He had been waiting for this moment. Earlier, he had only stopped the other party from leaving. Now that his opponent had made a move, Jian Wushuang planned to exchange blows with him to see how strong this medium ultimate god was. When the saber light and the sword light collided, the giant man was shocked. His face was filled with incomparable shock. This was because he discovered that even though he had grasped the laws of lightning to minor perfection, even though he had a powerful god artifact to rely on, he was unable to gain the upper hand against his opponent at all. Although his opponent was only a medium-level ultimate god, his mastery of the law of space was close to the small perfection realm, and the high-grade divine artifact in his hand was clearly integrated with many supreme divine artifact embryos. However, all of this was not worth mentioning in front of him. He crushed his opponent in every aspect. Cultivation, laws, divine artifacts. Even his opponent was inferior to him. But now his opponent was able to fight him to a standstill with his law clone and sword principle. Was he really just a medium-level ultimate god? If he's not a medium ultimate god, but a higher ultimate god, even if he just entered the higher ultimate god realm, I might not be able to defeat him even if I use my bloodline power. At this moment, the giant man could not help but rejoice in his heart. However, just as the giant man was about to rejoice and was about to use his bloodline power, his expression changed drastically. How is this possible? This was because Duan Lingtian, who was fighting the giant man to a standstill, suddenly unleashed his full strength and pushed the giant man back. At the same time, the energy in the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand suddenly changed. It turned out to be the law of space. In the next moment, the sword light whizzed out and touched the surrounding void, causing the surrounding void to stagnate. In the next moment, the giant man saw the purple-robed young man dashing out of the Crimson Demon Ridge at an exaggerated speed. The law of time. His law of time is stronger than the law of space. The giant man was caught off guard by Duan Lingtian's law of time. The giant man could only watch as Duan Lingtian left the Crimson Demon Ridge. It's useless. When the burly man regained his senses and realized he had no way of catching up to Duan Lingtian, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a nonchalant smile. In the next moment, just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave the Crimson Demon Ridge, a solid crystal barrier swept up and blocked Duan Lingtian's path. At the same time, the giant man finally broke free from the law of time and caught up with Duan Lingtian, who was trying to destroy the barrier but could not break it in a short time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression was as ugly as it could be. That guy had activated a more advanced formation in the Crimson Demon Ridge. The 2 Centurions who had come into contact with this formation were obviously unable to activate it. Otherwise, they would have already activated it to block his path. What a monster! The giant man's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as he stared at Duan Lingtian's back. A medium ultimate god's comprehension of the law of space and the law of time was infinitely close to the initial perfection realm. It was as though he could make a breakthrough at any time with an opportunity. Was he really just a medium ultimate god? At the same time, the Crimson Demon Ridge Centurions who had arrived earlier and witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and the giant man were equally matched. They had even switched to the law of time in an instant to restrain the giant man. This medium ultimate god is too strong. If he had used all his strength earlier, I'm afraid I wouldn't have lasted a breath. He's too strong. Moreover, I can feel that his life force is as strong as a rainbow, as though he's not very old. Where did this monster come from? Why did he barge into the Crimson Demon Ridge? It won't be easy for such a monster to leave after coming in. At the very least, Master Wu Tsang won't be able to watch him leave. Of course. Didn't you see that Master Wu Tsang has used his highest authority in the Crimson Demon Ridge to activate the formation barrier that can stop anyone below the level of an ultimate god? As long as the formation barrier isn't attacked by an ultimate god, it'll be able to last until Master Crimson Demon arrives. Now that the barrier is being attacked, Master Crimson Demon must have sensed it. I think he'll arrive soon. Master Crimson Demon has arrived. He's at the end of the road. As the few Centurions spoke, their gazes towards Duan Lingtian were filled with a sense of pity. What a genius! What a monster! Next, he would become the devil puppet of Master Crimson Demon, just like them. Once they became devil puppets, their souls would be shackled. If they wanted to break free from the shackles, they would have to become extremely strong. However, the shackles would also restrict them. They would never be able to become extremely strong. What? At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was still attacking the formation barrier blocking his way, was shocked when he heard the Centurion's words. The formation barrier had attracted the ultimate god from the Crimson Demon Ridge. Welcome, Master Crimson Demon. Just as Duan Lingtian's expression changed, Wu Tsang, the devil guard of the Crimson Demon Ridge's ultimate god, bowed respectfully to the person in front of him. At this moment, a crimson light gathered in the void in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the centurions. This was a young man who was about 8 meters tall. He had a strong body and was clad in blood-red armor. He was handsome and looked harmless, but the corners of his mouth were slightly curved, giving people an extremely evil feeling. "Welcome, Master Crimson Demon." After Wu Tsang, the other centurions from the Crimson Demon Ridge also bowed in the direction of the young man in crimson armor. Unlike Wu Tsang, the centurions lowered their heads as if they did not dare to look at the young man. A medium ultimate god? The young man in crimson armor did not pay any attention to the centurions who greeted him. His eyes immediately fell on Duan Lingtian. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly as if he was sensing something. After a few breaths of time, a pleasantly surprised smile appeared on his face. In the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of excitement that disappeared. A medium ultimate god has comprehended the space-time law to such an extent. What a monster! The young man in crimson armor was shocked. Even Wu Tsang had to rely on my formation to stop him. It's hard to imagine that he's only a medium ultimate god. The young man in crimson armor's eyes lit up. Senior Crimson Demon. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also regained his senses. He looked at the ordinary-looking man in front of him, who made Wu Tsang so respectful. He cupped his hands and bowed slightly. I accidentally entered the Crimson Demon Ridge. Everything happened by coincidence. I'm preparing to leave now. I hope Senior Crimson Demon can grant me my wish. Even though he was able to tell from the mouths of the several centurions that the person before him was definitely not a benevolent individual, he still wanted to give it a try. After all, he was no different from an ant in front of a supreme expert, even if he used all his techniques. Under such circumstances, he could only try his best to survive. In his opinion, if he really became the demon puppet of the Crimson Demon, his path to becoming a supreme expert would be no different from death. Trash! The Crimson Demon ignored Duan Lingtian and glanced at Wu Tsang indifferently. You can't even stop a medium ultimate god. You even had to use the highest authority I gave you to activate the formation to stop him. My lord, please calm down. Duan Lingtian did not expect Wu Tsang, who was still looking majestic, to turn pale when he heard the Crimson Demon's words. Wu Tsang immediately fell to his knees in midair and trembled. I was careless and gave him an opportunity. Please calm down, my lord. At this moment he was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have used his bloodline energy at the beginning. That way, he would have been able to suppress his opponent. His opponent would not have had the opportunity to change the law and catch him off guard. End of chapter. Chapter 4371. As the Supreme Expert's personal demon guard, Wu Tsang was well aware of his temper. In the past, Wu Tsang had witnessed with his own eyes another personal demon guard who was as strong as him and more favored than him being killed by the Supreme Expert because he had no choice but to do something. That personal demon guard had followed the Supreme Expert for tens of thousands of years. He had only followed the Supreme Expert for a few thousand years. That was why Wu Tsang panicked when he heard the coldness in the Supreme Expert's voice. Although he was one of the top high-level ultimate gods, and 99% of high-level ultimate gods were no match for him, he was no different from an ant in front of the Supreme Expert in front of him. He still remembered that the personal demon guard who was as strong as him had tried to resist the Supreme Expert when he attacked. However, all resistance was futile, and he was killed by the Supreme Expert in front of him. So this is the Supreme Expert. Duan Lingtian stood at the side with a slightly stunned expression on his face. He could not help but feel sad when he saw a superior ultimate god kneeling and begging for mercy with his own eyes. The Supreme Expert was not weak at all. If the Supreme Expert used his bloodline power or law avatar, Jian Wushuang might not be able to defeat him without the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements in his small world. Even if Jian Wushuang's sword principle was not weak. Jian Wushuang had estimated that even if his original body used the law of time, which was stronger than the law of space, together with his time law avatar and space law avatar, he would only be able to fight to a draw with the supreme expert. If Jian Wushuang wanted to defeat the supreme expert, he would need the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. When Jian Wushuang was still in the God-defying realm before he came to the outer realm, the 5 divine elements had made use of the opportunity to bathe in the divine corporeal spring. Although the 5 divine elements had not recovered to their peak, they had recovered about 50% to 60% of their strength. Jian Wushuang had no problem borrowing their strength occasionally. However, such a powerful top high-level ultimate god was so weak in front of the supreme expert. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt powerless in his heart. He could only hope that the supreme expert was willing to let him go. Otherwise, if he wanted to escape, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Humph! The omnipotent expert, Crimson Demon, let out a cold snort. Under the watchful eyes of the centurions nearby, who held their breaths and did not even dare to breathe loudly, he shifted his gaze from Wu Tsang to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian noticed the direction of Crimson Demon's gaze and immediately cupped his hands again. Senior Crimson Demon, it's my fault for trespassing on your mountain range. I hope that Senior won't hold a grudge against me. Now, for the sake of survival, even if Duan Ling Tian was proud and awe-inspiring, he still couldn't help but lower his head. Utmost powerful beings were simply too strong, and now he was not alone. Not to mention that he had a whole family to take care of. Even his wife, Kerr, needed him to save. Why did he come to the outer realm? It was all for the sake of becoming stronger and becoming omnipotent being. He also wanted to find the omnipotent being who had merged with Yun Qinyan and ask that omnipotent being to remove the shackles on Kerr. Naturally, even if he became an omnipotent being, he might not be able to find that omnipotent being if that omnipotent being wanted to hide. However, he firmly believed that even if he could not find that omnipotent being, as long as he was strong enough, it was not impossible for him to find another way to save his wife. In the God-defying realm, he knew that even the omnipotent being from the God-defying realm would not be able to save his wife. However, what if it was the strongest omnipotent being from the myriad realms? They were stronger than any omnipotent being from the God-defying realm. Perhaps they would have a way to save his wife? Naturally, he might not be able to get them to help him. However, since those people could reach such heights, did it mean that he, Duan Ling Tian, could not do the same? Along the way, no one in the current generation of the God-defying realm could compare to him. Even in the known history of the God-defying realm, according to the experts of the God-defying realm that he had come into contact with, there had never been an existence that grew faster than him. If others could do it, how could he, Duan Ling Tian, not be able to do it? Moreover, I've also asked the senior from the Xia clan. He said that perhaps the strongest omnipotent being from the myriad realms has a way to save Kerr. However, even the strongest omnipotent being from the God-defying realm would find it difficult to ask them to help. When he thought of this, Duan Ling Tian's gaze became even more determined. He could not let anything happen to him here. He must leave the Crimson Devil Ridge. He could not become the master of the Crimson Devil Ridge, the omnipotent being, Crimson Devil's devil puppet. It's not impossible if you want to leave. Crimson Devil looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully as the corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. Even Wu Tsang, who was kneeling on the ground with his head lowered, had a look of disbelief on his face at this moment. Lord Crimson Devil was willing to let this person leave? Impossible, right? Such a monstrous existence would definitely become the strongest devil puppet under Lord Crimson Devil in the future. Such a person could help Lord Crimson Devil do many things. Lord Crimson Devil would let him leave? It was not only Wu Tsang. Even the other centurions present looked at each other when they heard Crimson Devil's words. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. When did Lord Crimson Devil become so easy to talk to? Could it be that Lord Crimson Devil cherishes talent? Lord Crimson Devil cherishes talent? Although these people were not Crimson Devil's personal devil puppets, they were still centurions of the Crimson Devil Ridge. They were considered high-ranking officials and had a lot of contact with the centurions. Naturally, they knew what kind of person Crimson Devil was. He was an extremely powerful and domineering existence. Over the years, all the humans and demons who had entered the Crimson Devil Ridge had either died or become Lord Crimson Devil's devil puppet. There were no exceptions. However, Lord Crimson Devil said he would let this person who had entered the Crimson Devil Ridge by mistake leave. Moreover, this person was a medium ultimate god who could be considered a monstrous genius in the myriad realms. Thank you, Senior Crimson Devil. Duan Lingtian did not expect Crimson Devil to be so straightforward. However, when he heard Crimson Devil's words, he realized that Crimson Devil might have other conditions. In his opinion, as long as there was a chance to leave, he would seize it. To him, this was no different from his last hope. Don't be in a hurry to thank me, Crimson Devil said indifferently. If you want to leave, there's a condition. If you can't fulfill this condition, not only will I not let you leave, but I'll also make you my devil puppet. As soon as Crimson Devil said this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. It was coming. Earlier, he realized that Crimson Devil had a condition. Now, it turned out that he had guessed right. When the centurions, including Wu Tsang, heard Crimson Devil's words, realization dawned on them. This was the Lord Crimson Devil they knew. Of course, they were also certain that Crimson Devil would not fulfill the condition because it was impossible for Crimson Devil to let him leave. He must have given an impossible condition. As for why Crimson Devil was so leisurely and elegant, they did not know. They only subconsciously felt that Crimson Devil would not let Crimson Devil leave. Senior, you mean, if I fulfill the condition, you won't make me your devil puppet and let me leave the Crimson Devil Ridge? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and asked to confirm. Yes. Crimson Devil nodded. Senior, you won't go back on your word, right? Duan Lingtian mustered up his courage and asked. At this moment, his life was already hanging by a thread. He did not care about the additional danger. Moreover, in his opinion, this was not considered as offending Crimson Devil. Naturally, I won't go back on my word. Crimson Devil said indifferently. Senior, please speak. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath again and waited for Crimson Devil to state the condition. No matter what the condition was, he would do his best to fulfill it. It was all for the sake of leaving the Crimson Devil Ridge and avoiding the risk of becoming a Crimson Devil puppet. At this moment, Wu Tsang and the other centurions held their breaths. Even they were curious as to what kind of condition this powerful existence of the Crimson Devil Ridge would give to the person before them. Of course, in their opinion, it was definitely an impossible condition. Chapter 43-72. Of course, the other centurions, including Wu Tsang, were also puzzled. Why would the Crimson Demon of the Crimson Demon Ridge have the leisure to play such a time-wasting game with the other party? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that the cold-blooded Crimson Demon had such a playful side to him. Maybe he's bored. Maybe it's because he thinks the other party is more talented than he used to be. So he wants to play with the other party before he becomes a demon puppet. The centurions guessed in their hearts. Regardless of what they thought, Duan Lingtian stared at the Crimson Demon in front of him, waiting for him to state his conditions. The Crimson Demon spoke slowly under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. As long as you can kill one person, not only will I not let you become a demon puppet under my command, but I'll also let you leave the Crimson Demon Ridge. Kill one person. The Crimson Demon stated his conditions. When Wu Tsang and the others heard this, They immediately thought that the Crimson Demon wanted Duan Lingtian to kill a higher ultimate god who was as strong as Wu Tsang. At the very least, Wu Tsang was confident that although the medium ultimate god was strong, it was impossible for the Crimson Demon to kill him. Of course, he also knew that it was impossible for him to kill the Crimson Demon. If they fought with all their might, their strength should be about the same. "Senior, who do you want me to kill?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice, although it wasn't Duan Lingtian's style to rashly kill people for no reason. He didn't have a second choice now. If he wanted to survive and save his wife, this was the only path he could take. An ultimate expert was too strong. He had complete control over his life and death. There was no way he could retreat. "Kill him." In the next moment, the Crimson Demon spoke again and pointed to the side. Duan Lingtian looked over and saw that the direction the Crimson Demon was pointing at was where Wu Tsang was kneeling on the ground. At that moment, other than Wu Tsang, who had his head lowered, the rest of the Centurions had a look of realization on their faces. True enough, Lord Crimson Demon had no intention of letting this medium-level ultimate god leave. How could he ask the chief ultimate god to kill his personal demon guard, Wu Tsang? Master Tsang of the Crimson Demon Ridge was Master Crimson Demon's personal demon guard. Only a peak high-level ultimate god was qualified to be Master Crimson Demon's personal demon guard. Wu Tsang finally regained his senses under the gazes of several people. At the same time, he subconsciously lifted his head and looked in the direction of the Scarlet Demon. However, they did not dare to show the slightest disrespect in their eyes. At this moment, the Crimson Demon also looked at Wu Tsang and said indifferently, "You can fight with him. If you don't die, I will forgive your sins today and won't pursue the matter any further. If you die, then it's because you're trash. If you die, then so be it." Crimson Demon's tone did not contain any emotions. Wu Tsang's eyes lit up when he heard the Crimson Demon's words. "Thank you, sir." Obviously, he did not think that he would be killed by the mid-level ultimate god in front of him. He had a rough idea of the other party's strength. The other party was a mid-level ultimate god who was proficient in the temporal and spatial laws. He also had his nomological laws doppelganger and 2 other nomological laws doppelgangers. In addition, Wu Tsang's strength was not any weaker than Wu Tsang, who had activated his bloodline power and possessed a supreme divine weapon. In Wu Tsang's opinion, Master Crimson Demon was giving him a way out. As for the other party, he would definitely stay in the Crimson Demon Ridge today. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown slightly when he heard the Crimson Demon's words. Kill Wu Tsang? Wu Tsang was not weak at all. Without the help of the Divine Tree of Life and the 5 divine elements, Jian Wushuang was not confident he could kill Wu Tsang. At most, they would fight to a draw. Even though Jian Wushuang had the upper hand and almost escaped the Crimson Demon Ridge, that was because Wu Tsang did not know Jian Wushuang's true strength and had been careless. Moreover, Wu Tsang had not activated his bloodline power. "Come on, boy." Wu Tsang rose into the air and faced Duan Lingtian from afar. His eyes were filled with indifference as he said, "If you're strong enough, kill me and walk out of the Crimson Demon Ridge." Duan Lingtian sighed and rose into the air. "I have no intention of killing you. However, I have no choice today." "Uft." Wu Tsang sneered. "Based on your words, do you think you're strong enough to kill me? Don't tell me you think you're stronger than me just because you had the upper hand earlier? What a joke. I, Wu Tsang, did not use my full strength earlier." As Wu Tsang spoke, layers of blood qi rose from his body and merged with his divine power and the law of lightning. They fused together and emitted an even stronger aura. It was as though Wu Tsang had become a completely different person compared to when he had fought Duan Lingtian earlier. The supreme divine weapon in his hand was a long saber. The power of lightning continued to gather on it as though there was a net of lightning around it. As more and more power of lightning gathered, even the void around the long saber began to tremble. "Lord Tsang, prepare to use your full strength." This is a matter of life and death. Lord Song can't be careless. The centurions present communicated with each other through voice transmissions. As for Duan Lingtian, he gently shook his head when he saw that Wu Tsang was on high alert and did not dare to be careless. In the next instant, swoosh, swoosh, 2 clones flew out from Duan Lingtian's body. One of the clones exuded a tyrannical spatial energy, while the other looked ordinary. However, as the energy around him fluctuated, the void would sometimes stagnate and sometimes accelerate like a torrent of water. Even the wind that blew past him seemed to slow down. They were Duan Lingtian's law of space and law of time clones. Currently, the 2 clones each had a sword in their hands. They were both full soul superior grade divine swords. They were the strongest divine weapons below supreme divine weapons. Of course, full soul superior grade divine swords were also divided into different grades. The number of full soul superior grade divine swords depended on how many supreme divine weapon embryos they had fused with. For example, the swords in the hands of Duan Lingtian's 2 clones had not yet been integrated into the supreme divine weapon embryo. This was because the supreme divine weapon embryo in his hand was only enough for the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body to absorb and transform. Although the sword souls of the 2 clones were envious, they did not dare to say anything. After all, the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang was the first to follow Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian's body, he pointed the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand at Wu Tsang. His gaze was calm and indifferent. Do you think I don't know that you didn't use your full strength just now? Or do you think that I used all my strength just now? When Duan Lingtian said this, Wu Tsang's expression changed slightly. Then he sneered, deliberately mystifying things. In his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to have a stronger technique. If he did, he would have used it long ago. There was no need for him to use the law of time and law of time clones at the critical moment to catch Wu Tsang off guard and then take the opportunity to escape. Wu Tsang and the other centurions present felt that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things. Only the master of the Crimson Demon Ridge, the supreme powerhouse Crimson Demon, who was standing in the first level of the void, looked at the purple figure standing in the void meaningfully. It seems like he really does have other trump cards. Crimson Demon thought to himself. As this thought crossed his mind, the depths of Crimson Demon's eyes were burning with desire. How many years had it been? He had thought that he would be forced to compromise. However, it seemed like the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Chapter 43-73. Trying to be mysterious. Upon hearing Wu Tsang's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and did not say anything else. His divine power vibrated, and the power of the law of time integrated into it. The 7 orifices exquisite sword shone brightly. The avatars of the law of time and law of space flew out and surrounded Wu Tsang from 3 directions. Clearly, they did not intend to give Wu Tsang a way out. What an unnecessary move. Wu Tsang sneered disdainfully when he saw this. Do you really think that I would choose to retreat in front of you? What a joke. Brat, I'll show you my full strength now. As soon as Wu Tsang finished speaking, his body moved and thunder rumbled. A shocking saber ray whizzed out from the rolling thunder and went straight for Duan Lingtian's original body. At this moment, Wu Tsang seemed to have transformed into a lightning saber god. Lightning flashed around his body as if he had stolen all the light in the world. This is Lord Tsang's true strength. That medium-level supreme god has underestimated Lord Tsang. The few centurions present all looked at Wu Tsang with respect. Duan Lingtian's original body faced the menacing Wu Tsang and went up to him. At the same time, he opened up his mini-world and communicated with the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements in his mini-world. He borrowed their power and swept out with the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Of course, these powers could not perfectly integrate with Duan Lingtian's power and could only follow Duan Lingtian's attacks. Even so, these powers did not clash with Duan Lingtian's power. Instead, they seemed to be another power that was attached to his body and cooperated with him. I have no choice. Although Duan Lingtian knew that it was not a good thing for him to expose the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, he also knew that he had no other choice. Moreover, even if he exposed the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, it would not be easy for someone to take the divine tree of life away. As for the 5 divine elements, unless the other party also had a high level of the 5 divine elements, they would not be able to threaten the 5 divine elements. At most, they would be able to defeat the 5 divine elements. Most importantly, now his life was hanging by a thread in the hands of a powerful expert not far away. His opponent could kill him as easily as cutting grass. If he really killed him, the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements would still be discovered. Duan Lingtian's original body made a move. The power of the sacred tree of life and the 5 divine elements followed him like a shadow. At this moment, there was a hint of sternness in his indifferent gaze. Today, he had merely entered this place by mistake and had not done anything offensive. But now he was in a life and death situation. Even if he was weak in front of an ultimate expert, he was not afraid of a mere high-level ultimate god. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, his 2 clones also made their move. Although the strength of the doppelganger was much weaker than the strength of the main body, at this moment, the main body had the power of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. Facing Wu Tsang, who had activated his bloodline power and was no longer holding back, the doppelganger was at ease. After a few exchanges, the doppelganger grasped the rhythm of the attack and even gained the upper hand. The tree of life, the 5 divine elements. At this moment, the ultimate expert Crimson Demon, who had already guessed that Duan Lingtian was hiding his strength, could not help but be shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian make a move again and use 2 powers that did not belong to him. It was not a big deal if it was the tree of life. It was normal for a medium ultimate god like Duan Lingtian to encounter the tree of life in advance and obtain the blessing of the tree of life. In fact, there were many ultimate gods in the outer realm who possessed the tree of life. But the 5 divine elements in the outer realm, it wasn't that no one had the 5 divine elements, it was just that those who had the 5 divine elements only had one type of 5 divine elements. There were also some people who had multiple types of 5 divine elements and forced the 5 divine elements to coexist. But in the end, none of them had a good ending. At least, he had never heard of anyone who had more than 2 types of divine elements in the current era who could enter the ultimate god realm. All of them died prematurely. Some said that it was a curse of the 5 divine elements that prevented existences above the level of ultimate god from controlling more than 2 of the 5 divine elements. However, what did he see today? A talented mid-level ultimate god who possessed 5 types of 5 divine elements had stepped into the ultimate god realm and could easily control the power of all 5 types of 5 divine elements. What did this mean? The 5 divine elements are all prideful. Perhaps, when they were weak, they were forced to let the other 5 divine elements coexist in the same host. However, when they grow stronger, they will betray their masters. After all, the outer realm is so big. Without a master, they can always find another master. Perhaps the next master will be better and more suitable for them. Crimson Demon knew a little about the 5 divine elements because he had a good friend who had attained the ultimate god realm as one of the 5 divine elements. 5 types of divine elements. Moreover, they are all high-level divine elements, yet they are willing to follow him until today and get along well with him. This means that all 5 of the divine elements have acknowledged him. How monstrous must he be to make all 5 types of divine elements acknowledge him and coexist in his body? Crimson Demon was shocked. At the same time, his eyes burned even more intensely. He was overjoyed. He did not expect to meet such a monstrous genius. A true monstrous genius. I've never heard of anyone above the ultimate God realm who has more than 2 types of divine elements. However, there have been such people in the history of the outer realm. Without exception, all of them have been acknowledged by the divine elements and felt that it would be difficult to find a better master without them. The purple-clad young man in front of him could make all 5 types of divine elements react in such a manner. He was definitely one of the best in the outer realm. I've found a treasure this time. Perhaps he can really fulfill my expectations. Crimson Demon began to look forward to it after recovering from his shock. The gleam in his eyes grew brighter. At the same time, the Centurions from Crimson Demon Ridge initially thought that even if the middle-level ultimate god in front of them was not weak and was on par with Master Tsang, they would at most be on par with Master Tsang. It was almost impossible for him to kill Master Tsang. But now the change in the situation before their eyes caused their expressions to change continuously. Lightning flashed in all directions, and the saber gleamed fiercely. Master Wu Tsang from Crimson Demon Ridge had used all his means. Every slash of his saber seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. It was ferocious and domineering. They knew that if they were targeted by Wu Tsang, they would not be able to withstand a single slash. There was a 99% chance that they would be killed on the spot. However, even in the face of such a powerful opponent, the purple-clad young man came and went like the wind. He was surrounded by sharp sword gleams that shot into the sky and easily blocked every slash of Wu Tsang's. Moreover, he did not look like he was forcing himself. He has 2 law clones. Oh my God, how can he be so strong? Do you see that? The 2 energies surrounding the divine sword in his hand obviously don't belong to him. However, the 2 energies are completely compatible with him. It's as though he's controlling them like they're his arms. What kind of energy is that? One of the energies is filled with vitality. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the energy of the divine tree of life. This monster has the divine tree of life in his little world. The divine tree of life? It's said that if someone below the level of an ultimate god obtains the complete divine tree of life and allows it to move into his little world, he can use the divine tree of life to become an ultimate god in the future. He actually has the divine tree of life. It's not strange for such a monster to have the divine tree of life. What I'm curious about is the other energy. It seems like the energy of the 5 divine elements, but it doesn't seem like it. What do you mean? That energy seems to be a mixture of the 5 divine elements. How can it be the 5 divine elements? 2 of the 5 divine elements can't coexist, let alone 5. Moreover, I've never heard of anyone above the ultimate god realm who has more than 2 of the 5 divine elements. The Centurions were whispering among themselves. Wu Tsang was completely dumbfounded. Even in his wildest dreams, he did not expect his opponent to not use his full strength either. Impossible. How can he control the energy of the 5 divine elements? Unlike the other Centurions, Wu Tsang was certain that the purple-clad young man had borrowed one of the 2 powers from the 5 divine elements. Furthermore, the levels of the 5 divine elements were not low. They were all very powerful divine elements. However, the fact that the 5 divine elements were willing to coexist in the purple-clad young man's body meant they had acknowledged him. They did not think they would be able to find a more suitable host if they left the purple-clad young man. Wu Tsang had lived for a very long time. It was only natural for him to know a lot of things. There's also the divine tree of life. Wu Tsang had already given it his all. In the beginning, he was still able to fight evenly with the purple-clad young man's true body. However, as time passed, Wu Tsang's energy was being depleted. On the other hand, the purple-clad young man had the help of the divine tree of life. This was because the divine tree of life was constantly healing his body while lending him energy to attack. In terms of endurance, the purple-clad young man was much better than him. Moreover, the the purple-clad young man was not using his full strength yet. The purple-clad young man's two powerful law clones were only watching from the sidelines and had yet to join the battle. If the purple-clad young man's two law clones joined the battle, Wu Tsang could foresee his defeat and death. This can't go on. Let's make a move first and destroy his two law clones. If his law clones are destroyed, his true body will be affected as well. As long as I find the best opportunity to injure his true body, I might be able to kill him. Wu Tsang had lived for many years and had fought for many years. He had rich combat experience and quickly came up with a countermeasure. Naturally, he did not make a move to attack Duan Lingtian's law clone immediately. Instead, he pretended to attack Duan Lingtian's true body. Buzz! A saber ray shot up to the sky and swept toward Duan Lingtian's true body. Chapter 4374. Although Wu Tsang was at a disadvantage, he still had the confidence to win. He had fought many battles in his life. Twice, he had fought battles that seemed certain to be a losing battle. However, he still managed to turn the tables and obtain the final victory. Therefore, he would always be calmer at times like this, just like now. So long as I defeat his two clones of the laws, then his main body will definitely be affected. At that time, if I seize the opportunity and give him a thunderous strike, then I'll have a very high chance of turning the tables and even killing him. Humph! You want to kill me, Wu Tsang? You're too naive. When Wu Tsang attacked Duan Lingtian's original body, his expression was fierce and his eyes were filled with anger. He looked as though he had lost his mind and wanted to fight to the death. However, in reality, he was extremely calm. As for his appearance, it was just to confuse Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, he naturally thought that Wu Tsang wanted to fight to the death. Wu Tsang wanted to show off his brilliance before he died. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Lingtian did not know how strong the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life were. Therefore, before he borrowed the power of the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life, he had summoned his 2 avatars to fight to the death. However, after experiencing it personally, he realized how strong the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life were. Even if he only used his original body, he would be able to defeat Wu Tsang. As for the 2 avatars, they seemed a little redundant. I'll keep the avatars. I don't want to be injured and have to heal them. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from Wu Tsang's attack range. Then he appeared in front of one of the avatars. The avatars merged with his original body as soon as he appeared. A second teleportation. Duan Lingtian's original body appeared next to the avatars. The avatars also entered his body. At this moment, the 2 avatars returned to Duan Lingtian's body. At this moment, Wu Tsang, who had just regained his senses, was shocked when he saw the scene. How is this possible? Wu Tsang's heart trembled. Did this brat realize my plan? How is this possible? How can his senses be so sharp? He's clearly in a sure-win situation, and I look like I'm going to fight him to the death. Why is he spending so much effort to withdraw his 2 law clones? Wu Tsang found it hard to accept. The scene before him also meant that his plan had failed. When Duan Lingtian saw the change in Wu Tsang's expression, he was first startled. Then, as if he had thought of something, his pupils shrank rapidly as fear filled his heart. This fellow actually intends to target my law clone? After Duan Lingtian withdrew his 2 law clones, he saw Wu Tsang's expression change drastically. Wu Tsang, who seemed to have lost his mind. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could guess Wu Tsang's intention. He didn't expect that he would actually escape this calamity by accident. Even though he might not be the one to perish in the end, even if he didn't perish, he would definitely suffer some injuries. Is it luck? Or did he see through Wu Tsang's intentions? The supreme powerhouse Crimson Demon, who had been watching the battle from the side, looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. Wu Song was his personal demon guard who had been with him for many years. He knew very well what kind of person Wu Song was. He was definitely not the kind of person who would lose his mind in the face of death. Under such circumstances, Wu Song would only be calmer. Of course, he had not guessed Wu Song's intentions in the beginning. It was only when he saw Wu Song's expression change drastically when the purple-clad young man withdrew his 2 law clones that he realized Wu Song's intentions. It was obvious that Wu Song had his eyes on the purple-clad young man's law clones. The law clones are both a help and a burden. If they're defeated, the purple-clad young man will still be affected for a short period of time. Although the purple-clad young man is stronger than Wu Song, with the help of the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life, it's not by much. If Wu Song really defeats the purple-clad young man's law clones, even if it's just one, as long as he grasps the opportunity, he'll be able to turn things around. At this moment, Crimson Demon suddenly felt a little reluctant to see Wu Song die. However, when his eyes fell on the purple-clad young man again, he immediately suppressed this thought. If I save Wu Song, he'll definitely be wary of me. It'll be detrimental to my future plans. Forget it. It's worth it to lose Wu Song in exchange for such a monstrous genius. Crimson Demon's heart calmed down when he thought of this. The other Crimson Demon Ridge Centaurians who were present still had a look of disbelief on their faces. They had never thought that Lord Song, who they thought had few rivals among the upper ultimate gods, would one day be at a disadvantage in front of a medium ultimate god. Where did this medium ultimate god come from? He's so monstrous. Could he be a top genius from one of the top realms in the myriad of worlds? The Centaurians secretly guessed. Of course, they were not worried that the purple-clad young man had a powerful background and would bring disaster to Crimson Demon Ridge. The formation in Crimson Demon Ridge was enough to prevent the purple-clad young man from leaking information to the outside world. Moreover, their Lord Crimson Demon was not someone to be trifled with. It was impossible for him to put himself and Crimson Demon Ridge in danger. That's a good idea. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Duan Lingtian, who had guessed Wu Song's thoughts, glanced at him indifferently and said indifferently, "Next, I'll fight you with my original body alone." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian made his move. He withdrew the space law and the time law appeared again. Earlier, he had withdrawn the time law and used the space law when he collected his law clone. Now he changed the law again. The 7 orifices, exquisite sword in his hand, shot out toward Wu Song. Although Wu Song had regained his senses and blocked Duan Lingtian's attack, he had lost most of his fighting spirit now that his plan had failed. Under such circumstances, Wu Song did not even last 10 moves against Duan Lingtian before he was killed by Duan Lingtian, a top-notch high-level ultimate god who had comprehended the thunder law to the complete realm, had fallen just like that after Wu Song's death. The sky above Crimson Demon Ridge was filled with flashes of lightning. Bolts of lightning exploded in the sky as if announcing something had happened. At the same time, after the lightning exploded, a tall shadow appeared in the sky for a moment before it crashed down. This scene was very similar to the heaven and earth vision that Duan Lingtian had seen when he was still in the god-defying realm. In fact, the heaven and earth vision of a high-level ultimate god's death in the god-defying realm's dimensional battlefield was also an imitation of the outer realm. However, the outer realm's heaven and earth vision was far less exaggerated. If an expert like Wu Song had fallen in the god-defying realm's dimensional battlefield, it would have been earth-shattering. However, in the outer realm's heaven and earth vision, there were only a dozen bolts of lightning floating in the void. As for the fallen shadow that appeared before his death, although it was huge, it was not very conspicuous. One might not be able to see it outside of the Crimson Demon Ridge. "He's fallen!" The Crimson Demon Ridge's Centaurians were still in disbelief. Their Crimson Demon Ridge's Lord Song, who was extremely powerful in their eyes, had fallen just like that. Two of the centurions who had fought with Duan Lingtian were even more terrified. They were glad that Duan Lingtian had not killed them. Otherwise, they would have died without a doubt. Senior. At the same time, after killing Wu Tsang, Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on the master of Crimson Demon Ridge, the ultimate master, Crimson Demon. At that moment, Duan Lingtian looked calm on the surface, but he was actually a little nervous. He was afraid that Crimson Demon would go back on his word. If that happened, he would not be able to escape, and everything he had done earlier would be useless. Chapter 43, 75. Duan Lingtian had not felt so powerless in a long time. He had stepped into the medium, ultimate God realm and consolidated his cultivation base. Even if he could not defeat a powerful upper ultimate God, he was confident that he could escape from the opponent. However, the person in front of him today was an ultimate God who stood at the top of the pyramid of the 10,000 realms. Such an existence could kill a top upper ultimate God like cutting grass. It was the same for Duan Lingtian. If the ultimate God went back on his word, he would have no choice but to be at his mercy. Why? Are you afraid that I'll go back on my word? The owner of Crimson Demon Ridge, the ultimate God Crimson Demon, saw through Duan Lingtian's thoughts and asked with a disdainful smile, I wouldn't dare. Duan Lingtian quickly lowered his head. At this time, he could not provoke the ultimate God Crimson Demon. Otherwise, if the ultimate God went back on his word, he would be completely finished. Under the eaves, one had to lower one's head. If he was alone in this world, what harm would it do even if he died standing up? Wasn't this his previous life as a soldier king? Who could make him, Lingtian, lower his head? Today, in this life, he had too many concerns. Not to mention the distant ones, but the near ones, he had to save his life to save his wife, Kerr. He had worked hard for the past 1,000 years to meet his wife, Kerr. However, he did not expect that when they met, his wife, Kerr, would be in a coma. If Kerr could not recover within a certain period of time, Kerr might be completely destroyed. When he was in the Xia family, he learned from the third master of the Xia family, Xiajia, what his wife, Kerr, had done in the past 1,000 years. Of course, there were many things that he already knew when he went out of the Xia family alone to gather information. Kerr had been working hard for their future. Seeing Duan Lingtian lower his head, the ultimate God Crimson Demon smiled faintly as if he was very satisfied with this scene. So what if he was a genius? In front of the ultimate God Crimson Demon, he still had to lower his head. Don't worry. The Crimson Demon said indifferently, Since I promised you, I will naturally fulfill my promise. I won't let you become my puppet, and I won't let you stay in the Crimson Devil Ridge. Now you can leave. As soon as the Scarlet Demon's voice faded, the array formation barrier that Wu Tsang had opened earlier turned illusory and disappeared completely. The path ahead was now clearly visible to Duan Lingtian. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian finally breathed a sigh of relief. After that, he cupped his hands towards Crimson Demon and thanked him before leaving in a flash. Teleportation. Second teleportation. After leaving the Crimson Magic Ridge, Duan Lingtian did not feel safe at all. He teleported all the way without hesitation. If the other party changed his mind at the last moment, he would still be in trouble while he was still nearby. If he ran far away, even if the other party changed their mind, they might not be able to catch up to him. In the Crimson Devil Ridge, when the Centurions saw that their Lord Crimson Demon had actually let go of the genius, they looked at each other in disbelief. Since when did their Lord Crimson Devil Ridge become so easy to talk to? You can all deal with this place and then leave. The Crimson Demon glanced at the Centurions before his body gradually turned illusory. After a while, he disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that he had also left. Yes, Lord Crimson Demon. The Centurions responded in fear and then began to deal with the ruins. When their eyes fell on Wu Tsang's body, they could not help but fall silent. Wu Tsang, the personal demon guard of the Lord Crimson Demon, had died just like that. Moreover, he had indirectly died at the hands of the Lord Crimson Demon. When Wu Tsang was alive, he was an existence that they all looked up to. In the eyes of the Lord Crimson Demon, Wu Tsang was a chess piece that could be discarded at any time. In the eyes of the Lord Crimson Demon, there were definitely even more insignificant chess pieces. Of course, they knew that they had no choice. After all, they were the devil puppets of the Lord Crimson Demon. Do you think Lord Crimson Demon is really so kind as to let that prodigy go? One of the centurions asked the other centurions through voice transmission as he cleaned up the ruins. I don't think it's possible. Lord Crimson Demon probably has a backup plan, one of the centurions said. Another centurion said, Many years ago I heard that Lord Crimson Devil has been searching for young geniuses. Moreover, he even brought back many young geniuses. However, those young geniuses did not appear in Crimson Devil Ridge in the end. No one knows where they went. I'm afraid only Lord Crimson Demon himself knows about this. However, I have a feeling that Lord Crimson Demon won't really let that prodigy go. Do you mean Lord Crimson Demon will go back on his word? That's not necessarily true. Even if Lord Crimson Demon doesn't go back on his word, he can still make a move on that prodigy. As long as he doesn't leave him in the Crimson Devil Ridge and turn him into a devil puppet, he won't go back on his word even if he kills him, right? At the same time, at a place extremely far away from the Crimson Devil Ridge, Duan Lingtian, who was still on his way, could not help but have a change of expression when he saw the figure that seemed to have appeared out of thin air in front of him. This was because the person blocking his way was none other than someone from the Crimson Devil Ridge, the Crimson Demon. He was so powerful that Duan Lingtian could not arouse any desire to fight him at all. When he saw the Crimson Demon blocking his way, Duan Lingtian did not turn around to flee. Instead, he directly went forward to meet the Crimson Demon head-on. This was because he knew he had no chance of escaping under the watch of a supreme powerhouse like the Crimson Demon. Since that was the case, what was the point of running? Moreover, he was not sure if the Crimson Demon was going to go back on his word. If he really wanted to go back on his word, he could do so in the Crimson Devil Ridge. He did not think the Crimson Demon would need to put on a false front in front of his devil puppets. Senior, is there something you need from me? After Duan Lingtian went forward, he looked at the Crimson Demon with a calm expression and asked bluntly. The Crimson Demon smiled mockingly when he saw Duan Lingtian's appearance. You have some guts. However, why don't you think I'm here to stop you? Because I want to go back on my word. I did think so at the beginning. Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Based on the Crimson Demon's attitude, he should not be here because he wanted to go back on his word. However, on second thought, if Senior really wants to go back on his word, there's no need to ask me to leave the Crimson Devil Ridge. You can just leave me here. Duan Lingtian said. The Crimson Demon looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Indeed, I don't intend to go back on my word. However, my promise to you is that I won't leave you in the Crimson Devil Ridge and won't let you become my devil puppet. I didn't promise not to kill you. Almost as soon as the Crimson Devil finished speaking, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifying killing intent coming straight at him. In just a blink of an eye, it spread all over his body, causing him to feel as though he could feel the aura of death. Chapter 4376. However, even though he was filled with killing intent, Duan Lingtian's heart only trembled for a short moment before he regained his composure. If the other party really wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to wait until now. The other party must have something to do by chasing after him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in his heart. Actually, how could he not realize the loophole in the other party's promise? However, he had no other choice. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at the Crimson Demon as he said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, Senior, if you wanted to kill me, You could have done so the moment I stepped out of the Crimson Demon Ridge. There was no need for you to wait until I was so far away. May I know why Senior has chased after me? As long as it's within my ability, I'll definitely not refuse. Duan Lingtian had a solemn expression when he finished speaking. The Crimson Demon smiled when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. You're quite brave. That's right. I have no intention of killing you. In other words, killing you is of no use to me. I'm looking for you because of something else. Don't worry. Since I promised not to turn you into my devil puppet, I won't go back on my word. Of course. I didn't go back on my word when I promised you to leave the Crimson Demon Ridge. When he spoke up to this point, the Crimson Demon's eyes suddenly became slightly deep. It was so deep that one could not help but feel slightly flustered when looking at it. Duan Lingtian's heart thumped at this moment, but his gaze was still fixed on the Crimson Demon. Although it's like that, since Senior has come, there must be something you want me to do, right? He did not feel that the Crimson Demon had come to look for him, just to chat. That's right. The Crimson Demon did not deny it and nodded. I'm looking for you because I want to send you to a place and give you an opportunity. Of course, it's up to you whether you can grasp this opportunity. You can also choose not to go. Of course, the consequence of not going is death. When the Crimson Demon finished speaking, a wisp of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Duan Lingtian did not dare to doubt his determination to kill. When Duan Lingtian heard the Crimson Demon's words, his expression could not help but change. Opportunity? Instead of going to the place with fortuitous opportunities, he would kill himself? Duan Lingtian did not think that Crimson Fiend would be kind enough to give him an opportunity. There must be an unknown motive behind this matter. Otherwise, why would the Crimson Demon be so concerned about this matter? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at Crimson Demon and asked, Senior, may I know where you want me to go? What kind of opportunities are there? You'll know when you get there. The Crimson Demon said indifferently, that's a spatial plane outside of the outer realm. It's a small world of its own. Once you're there, don't even think about leaving. If you dare to break through the spatial barrier and leave by yourself, it'll be fine if I don't find out. Once I find out, I'll definitely kill you. I believe that smart people won't take this risk. When Crimson Demon said this, even though Duan Lingtian was prepared, his expression couldn't help but sink slightly. Now make your choice. Either you die, or you go to the place I told you about. Crimson Demon continued. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he said without any hesitation, Senior, please send me there. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Crimson Demon, who originally had an indifferent expression, immediately revealed an evil smile. Geniuses are indeed smart people. A wise choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Crimson Demon raised his hand. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt the surrounding space tremble. A monstrous force that made him unable to resist swept over, causing the divine power he wanted to mobilize to be completely suppressed in an instant. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was only left with a sense of helplessness. Was this the power of a supreme expert? This Crimson Demon might not be an ordinary supreme expert. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This was also Duan Lingtian's last thought before he lost consciousness. As soon as Crimson Demon made his move, an invisible force knocked Duan Lingtian unconscious. Then Crimson Demon looked at Duan Lingtian, who had fainted and was suspended in midair by his power. His eyes shone brightly. I only hope that this kid can withstand my careering plan. Until now, I'm most optimistic about him. As soon as he finished speaking, Crimson Demon left in a flash. As for Duan Lingtian, he was also taken away by him. After spending a few hours, Crimson Demon finally stopped moving. Currently, Crimson Demon had arrived at a secluded canyon near Crimson Demon Ridge. Then he shook his hand, and a force broke through the void. Then A spatial vortex appeared, leading to an unknown space. Go. You might be my last hope. After Crimson Demon casually threw Duan Lingtian into the spatial vortex, he muttered to himself, "After living for so many years, at the critical moment, I'm still unwilling to give up and wait for death." As soon as he finished speaking, Crimson Demon pressed his right hand against his chest, and his body trembled violently. Cough, cough! Crimson Demon coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood, but they were instantly evaporated by Crimson Demon's supreme divine power. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this scene, he would definitely be able to see that the supreme expert Crimson Demon had a serious internal injury. Generally, what could injure a supreme expert was either another stronger supreme expert or multiple supreme experts of similar strength joining forces to deal with him. Other than that, there was another possibility. He was injured by an external force. This external force could be a dangerous place in the outer world that even supreme experts would be in danger if they entered, or the heavenly tribulation of the 10,000 worlds that occurred once every 10,000 years. The so-called heavenly tribulation of the 10,000 worlds was a heavenly tribulation that could not be avoided no matter where one hid in the 10,000 worlds. The heavenly tribulation that occurred once every 10,000 years was also exclusive to the supreme experts. The existence below the supreme experts faced the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, and they had to experience it once every 1,000 years. When one reached the realm of the supreme experts, they only had to experience one heavenly tribulation every 10,000 years, and each heavenly tribulation was stronger than the previous one. This was similar to the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. Although many supreme experts were strong because they had lived for a long time, the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation they had to face would become stronger and stronger, and in the end, they would still die under the heavenly tribulation. As for where the heavenly tribulation came from, no one could say for sure. More people believed that the heavenly tribulation was the heavenly tribulation of the 10,000 worlds. Whether it was the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation or the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, in the 10,000 worlds. Not only did the God-defying realm have the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, but also other realms, and the people were the same. As for the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, not to mention other realms, just take the God-defying realm as an example. Not only did one have to experience it in the various divine realms, even if one went to the Devata realms or even the mundane realms, one had to experience it. There was no way to avoid it. In the history of the God-defying realm, many people had experienced this personally. There were many people who wanted to go to the lower realms to avoid the heavenly tribulation, but in the end they all failed. Therefore, in recent years, no one in the God-defying realm did such a stupid thing. Most importantly, as long as one was not a native of the lower realms of the God-defying realm, their strength would be suppressed when they entered the lower realms. Once their strength was suppressed and they faced the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, they would almost certainly die. Subsequently, the heavenly tribulation, which was not necessarily fatal in the divine realms, would directly kill them when they arrived at the lower realms. However, when Duan Lingtian regained consciousness, he found that he had appeared in a desolate mountain range. The surroundings were quiet, and there was no life in sight, let alone human habitation. Even the figures of demon beasts could not be seen. "Where is this place?" Duan Lingtian shook his somewhat dizzy head, and gradually his consciousness cleared up. At the same time, he discovered something. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is much richer than that of the outer realm. Where did the Crimson Demon send me? According to what he said, the place he sent me was not some place in the outer realm, but an independent realm. Moreover, there are opportunities here. Opportunities often coexist with danger. To me, this place is completely unfamiliar. The most important thing now is to first understand what kind of existence this place is. Then I can carefully search for the opportunity that the Crimson Demon mentioned. He wouldn't wake up early if there were no benefits. The Crimson Demon can't be so kind. He must have a purpose for sending me here, and he must have a plan. Perhaps the opportunity here is a good thing for me. and the opportunity one obtained should be a good thing for him as well. I just don't know. What's his plan? Could it be that I obtained the opportunity first, and then he took it away? There's something he wants here, but as a supreme powerhouse he can't enter? Duan Lingtian thought of this possibility, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess should be right. The Crimson Demon should want to use his hand to obtain the opportunity here. If that's the case, it's nothing. To me, as long as I can survive under the hands of the Crimson Demon, it's fine. Whatever treasure or opportunity he wants, I'll just give it to him. This time, I'll just treat it as a coolie for him. After all, my strength is not as good as his, and I have no other choice. This is the reality of this world. Previously, in the secret realm of the God Reverse Realm's realm battlefield, those people who were threatened by me, weren't they the same? Their strength was not as good as mine, and they did whatever I said. They dared to be angry, but did not dare to say anything. What goes around comes around. This year it's my house. If you come out to mess around, you'll have to pay for it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's mentality was still good. Even if he realized that all the opportunities he obtained in this place in the end were not his, I only hope that the Crimson Demon will not make things difficult for me after he gets what he wants. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's mentality could not help but break down a little. Of course, he still had some expectations in his heart. He got what he wanted, so his mood must be good. He should not be calculative with me. Duan Lingtian soared into the sky with such hope in his heart and began to observe his surroundings. Then he began to wander around the surroundings. In the beginning, he wanted to find a place with people to understand this place. However, as time passed, his thoughts completely changed. Not to mention human habitation. He wandered around a large area, and within a radius of 10,000 miles, not to mention human eyes, there was not even a sign of life. Not to mention humans and demon beasts. There was not even a plant life. Everywhere was bare, and everywhere he passed, no matter if it was a plain or a mountain ridge, it was all barren land. Chapter 43:77. What is this place? In the beginning, Duan Lingtian's heart was still calm. However, as he wandered around in this unknown dimension, Duan Lingtian could not help but lose his composure. Could this place be a place of death? I don't think so. If it's a place of death, why did he force me to come here and not let me leave on my own? One would not wake up early if there were no benefits. Duan Lingtian felt that the owner of Crimson Demon Ridge, the ultimate expert Crimson Demon, would not be so bored as to play with him. There must be something in this place. Let's continue walking. Let's see if there's an end. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian continued walking. After that, days passed, months passed, and years passed. When will it end? It's already past. Why do I feel like I'm still in the same place? Could it be that this plane of existence is also a sphere similar to Earth? In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian calculated the time. 6 years had passed, but he was still in the same place. He did not see any life, not even plant life. Duan Lingtian had thought of leaving during these 6 years, but he did not dare to act rashly when he recalled what the ultimate expert Crimson Demon had said. If he did not leave, there was still a way out. If he left, he might be killed immediately. Let's continue. Duan Lingtian didn't lack perseverance and willpower, and 6 years of time was nothing to him. No. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have realized something and stopped abruptly. His eyes shone brightly. It's impossible that the divine power in my body has not changed at all in 6 years. It's normal for a medium ultimate God's divine power to not change in 6 years. But I'm different. It's only been a little over 1,000 years since I was born. 6 years is a relatively long time for me. Even if I don't deliberately cultivate, it's impossible for my cultivation to not improve at all. And now, my cultivation has indeed not improved. This means either this place is restricting my progress in cultivation, or this so-called 6 years, is nothing but an illusion to me. The heaven and earth spirit chi here is even denser than in the outer realm, and the absorption of heaven and earth spirit chi is smooth without any hindrance. Then there's only one other possibility left. These 6 years were just an illusion. Everything I've experienced in the past 6 years was fake. Perhaps I entered the illusory realm as soon as I entered and spent 6 years in the illusory realm. However, it's definitely not that long outside the illusory realm. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone brightly when he thought of this. Then he shot into the sky like a cannonball. The divine power in his body vibrated, and the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand. Slash! Duan Ling Tian muttered in his heart. With that thought, the 7 orifices exquisite sword drew a sword flower in the void. Then a 7-colored sword ray whizzed out and slashed the surrounding void. With one slash, the desolate scene around him shattered. At the same time, a series of exclamations rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Heavens! Is this real? This guy has only been in the illusory realm for 6 years, and he's already out? Are you kidding? Only lost in the illusory realm for 6 years? Back then, I was lost in the illusory realm for more than 100 years, and that's considered a short time. Before this, the best record was 39 years, right? 39 years. That guy said it himself. Who knows if it's true or not? Moreover, he's the first person to enter the illusory realm, so he can say it for as long as he wants. That's true. However, that guy's strength is indeed very strong. The person who previously held the second record and stayed in the illusory realm for 55 years has been fighting with him, but he's still no match for him. That guy has lived for a long time, so it's normal for him to be stronger. After all, he's the only one among us who's more than 10,000 years old. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian saw everything around him shatter. Then his vision turned dark and bright, and he realized that he had appeared in a void. At this moment, he was standing in the void, surrounded by a layer of translucent circular light shield. This light shield enveloped his entire body and suspended him in the air. When Duan Ling Tian looked out again, he saw the peak of a mountain in front of him. There was a vast stone platform at the peak of the mountain, and there were many people standing on top of it. These people standing there gave Duan Ling Tian the feeling that they were all very young. At least in the myriad worlds, they were considered young. Based on what they said, they're not more than 10,000 years old. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian realized that the circular light shield that enveloped him had disappeared. Then he felt weightless. He immediately reacted and controlled his body with his divine power so that he did not fall into the void. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel waves of divine power sweeping toward him from the vast stone platform in front of him. It was the divine consciousness of the people standing there. Higher ultimate gods. How many medium ultimate gods are there? At this time, Duan Ling Tian also realized that most of the people in front of him were higher ultimate gods. There were also a few medium ultimate gods who, like him, had completely consolidated their cultivation base. Where am I? Duan Ling Tian was a little confused. This was completely different from what he had expected before entering the illusory realm. Of course, what he had experienced in the illusory realm was also different from what he had expected. However, that was just the environment. Is this also an illusory realm? At this thought, Duan Ling Tian ignored the unscrupulous divine consciousness sweeping toward him. He expanded his divine consciousness and at the same time rose into the air again and swung the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand. Whoosh! 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 Another wave of sword light swept out in all directions. He wanted to see if he could cut through the scene that he felt was similar to an illusory realm. However, this time his attack had failed. At the same time, he heard a lot of laughter. What a familiar scene. When I first came in, I thought this was an illusory realm like him. It's been a long time since I've seen a newcomer. It's a familiar formula and smell. Didn't I do something stupid like this in the past? Although this newcomer is only a medium ultimate god, his comprehension of the spatial law is extremely amazing. It's almost at the completion stage. Your divine consciousness can tell that he seems to be younger than us. I even feel that he's less than 2,000 years old. What? Less than 2,000 years old? Are you serious? Upon hearing these voices, Duan Lingtian was shocked again and could not recover for a long time. If everything in front of him was not an illusory realm, then what these people said might be true. Were these people sent here, just like him? After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at the people in front of him again and cupped his hands slightly. Everyone, may I know who sent you here? Duan Lingtian's question was answered immediately. A young man in black with a cold face said coldly, who else could it be? Of course, we were imprisoned here by the Crimson Demon of the Crimson Demon Ridge. Chapter 4378. Brother, you were sent in by the Crimson Demon as well, right? Being sent in by him is sufficient to show that your natural talent isn't weak, and you can be considered a genius. Another person chuckled as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. If you're not a genius, the Crimson Demon probably wouldn't take a fancy to you. Unfortunately, no matter how talented you are, you can't control your own life and death once you enter this place. It's a pity for him, but aren't we the same? Back in the day, I was publicly acknowledged to be in the top 3 in terms of natural talent and comprehension amongst the younger generation under the age of 10,000 in my own domain. Although the domain I'm in isn't one of those top domains, it's still one of the 10 strongest domains below. He came in at the wrong time. Recently, the Crimson Demon's elimination of us has become more and more intense. If I'm not wrong, his time should be almost up. Do all of you think, besides the people he chose, the others have a chance of surviving? It's basically impossible. Don't think too much about this. It's not impossible to survive, unless you become his devil puppet. As for Duan Lingtian, waves of shock surged in his heart as he listened to the waves of words that entered his ears. These people were actually all geniuses that had entered the Crimson Demon Pass. Moreover, from what they said, there were only a few people over the age of 10,000 among them. Most of them were below the age of 10,000. Moreover, every one of them was an outstanding figure amongst the younger generation. What exactly does the Crimson Demon want to do? Did he really send me in to help him search for an opportunity? Even if Duan Lingtian had painstakingly guessed that the Crimson Demon had sent him in to help him search for an opportunity, but now, facing this group of young geniuses and hearing their words, Duan Lingtian started to doubt his guess for the first time, and even felt that he had guessed in the wrong direction as soon as he doubted. It was very unlikely that the Crimson Demon had imprisoned so many young geniuses here to help him search for an opportunity. Everyone, do all of you know why the Crimson Demon sent us in and imprisoned us here? Duan Lingtian looked at the group of young geniuses before him and cupped his hands slightly as he asked. Just now, when he heard the words of some people, it was obvious that he knew the Crimson Demon's plan. Meanwhile, most of the people that came over to watch the show didn't pay any attention to Duan Lingtian as they turned around and left. When they left, they didn't forget to sigh emotionally. There's nothing to watch anymore. Another unlucky fellow. He is unlucky, but aren't we unlucky as well? In the end, we're all people with the same fate. There were also a few people who were not in a hurry to leave. They were all curiously sizing up Duan Lingtian because most of the people sent in by the Crimson Demon were high-level ultimate gods. A small number of medium ultimate gods were extremely talented. Even the weakest among them was as strong as a high-level ultimate god. Moreover, these people were all very young, not more than 5,000 years old. Of course, when someone said that the person in front of them might not even be 2,000 years old, they were still shocked because this was an extremely shocking matter. As everyone knew, the most difficult part of the path of cultivation was not the process, but the beginning. Even if one could enter the medium ultimate God realm before 5,000 years old, or even high-level ultimate God realm before 5,000 years old, it did not mean that one could enter the lower Emperor realm before 2,000 years old. Everything was difficult at the beginning, and this was even more so for the path of cultivation. Among the young geniuses who stayed behind, there was no lack of people who were willing to talk to Duan Lingtian. Immediately, an ordinary-looking young man in a long green robe took 2 steps forward and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was descending from the sky. He said, "The Crimson Demon did not tell us the details. However, many people have guessed that he's looking for a new body for himself. The place we're in now is the small world in his body." The young man said, "A new body?" Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. "You mean he wants to find a new body among us and possess one of us?" "That's right." The young man nodded. "Even ultimate experts have to go through the 10,000 years heavenly tribulation. Some of us have ultimate experts behind us and have heard of the Crimson Demon's existence. We know that the Crimson Demon is very old now, and his strength can only be considered average among the ultimate experts. He might have been injured during the last 10,000 years heavenly tribulation. What he wants to do now is to prolong his life at all costs." The young man said. Duan Lingtian frowned. "However, as far as I know, even if a person possesses another's body, his soul is still his own soul. Under such circumstances, after possessing another's body, the heavenly tribulation will still find him. Moreover, the stronger the soul, the longer it will take to familiarize with the new body after possessing another's body. There's a very long period of time. For an ultimate expert to possess a new body, I'm afraid he won't be able to fully master the new body without thousands or tens of thousands of years, right?" Duan Lingtian still knew some basic knowledge, not to mention ultimate experts. Even below ultimate experts, there was no lack of people who possessed another's body. However, even if those people possessed a new body, they couldn't avoid the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation that they should face at all. Could it be that ultimate experts had the means to avoid the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation after possessing another's body? If that was the case, perhaps no ultimate experts would die, right? Ultimate experts were extremely powerful. If they wanted to find a new body, even if they had to choose carefully, it was definitely not difficult. Ordinary ultimate experts naturally can't avoid the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation. The green-robed young man shook his head and said, "This is also recognized common knowledge. However, I heard from a few people that there are many rare races and clans in this myriad worlds. They have a bloodline secret technique that can conceal the secrets of the heavens during the process of possessing another's body, allowing their souls to undergo changes and leave behind memories." Hearing the green-robed young man say this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. There were such races in the myriad worlds. If that was the case, then wouldn't they be invincible? If an ultimate expert appeared, he would be immortal. If another one appeared, he would continue to be immortal. If this continued for generations, which race or realm in the myriad worlds would be a match for them? The same talent and comprehension, the same ultimate experts. The strength of one's strength was basically accumulated by the accumulation of time. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this point. Of course, in the next moment, the green-robed young man continued, although these races have a heaven-defying bloodline secret technique, they only have one chance to possess another's body in their lifetime. Moreover, the process of possession is very dangerous. The requirements for the target of possession are also very strict. To be precise, the younger and stronger the target, the better. For example, if an ultimate expert were to possess another's body, a 2,000-year-old medium ultimate god and a 1,000-year-old lower ultimate god, the probability of successful possession is higher for the latter. At this point, the young man paused for a moment and glanced at Duan Lingtian. He asked hesitantly, "You can't really be less than 2,000 years old, right?" Just now, his divine consciousness also felt that Duan Lingtian was very young. However, he wasn't as sharp as some others. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, the young man's eyes narrowed slightly. If that's really the case, I'm afraid you're the target of the Crimson Demon's attention. Of course, the prerequisite is that the Crimson Demon is a member of the race I mentioned earlier. Although we can't be 100% sure, all of us feel that the Crimson Demon is more than 90% of that race. Otherwise, why would he lock us up here and eliminate a group of people every once in a while? Just to feel good. That's impossible, right? You have to know that it's quite risky to capture us here. Once some of the ultimate experts and patriarchs behind us find out, the Crimson Demon will be in trouble. After listening to the young man's words, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of his current situation. The Crimson Demon might have taken a fancy to his body. Letting him in was only to mix with a group of young geniuses to see if he could withstand the test and survive. If their guess is correct, the Crimson Demon not only needs to be young and strong to find a new body, but he should also satisfy other conditions. Otherwise, wouldn't it be fine if he directly chose me? Why did he throw me in here to raise goo as well? Now, after listening to the young man's words, Duan Lingtian roughly understood why the Crimson Demon threw him in here. It was to let him compete with this group of young geniuses for a chance to survive. Only the person who survived to the end would have a chance of being taken a fancy by the Crimson Demon and be possessed by the Crimson Demon to become the Crimson Demon's new body. My guess was indeed wrong. That Crimson Demon didn't want me to find any fortuitous encounters for him. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. At the same time, he realized that everything he would face next might cause him to fall into eternal damnation. Either he would die here, or he would survive and be possessed by the Crimson Demon. Of course, the Crimson Demon's possession might not be 100% successful. But even if the Crimson Demon's possession failed, the possibility of him surviving during the process of the Crimson Demon's possession and leaving his soul intact was extremely slim. I never imagined that I would encounter such a thing as soon as I arrived at the outer world. Why didn't I take a detour and head in another direction when I left the sea? Why did I head straight for the Crimson Demon Ridge? Now, even if Duan Lingtian knew that there was no medicine for regret in this world, he still couldn't help but regret his actions of entering the Crimson Demon Ridge earlier. If he didn't enter the Crimson Demon Ridge, he wouldn't have been targeted by the Crimson Demon, and everything that happened later wouldn't have happened. I'm called Wang Yiyuan. How should I address you, brother? After the green-robed young man informed Duan Lingtian, he started to introduce himself and asked for Duan Lingtian's name at the same time. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had a very good impression of this young man that enthusiastically explained his doubts, so he spoke his name at the first moment when he returned to his senses. So it's Brother Lingtian. Wang Yiyuan smiled and said, Brother Lingtian, let me introduce these people to you. As he spoke, Wang Yiyuan turned around to look at the other people that were present. Chapter 43, 79. This is Su Sudong. This is Nappa. This is Krull. Wang Yiyuan introduced the few young geniuses who had stayed behind to Duan Lingtian. Similar to Wang Yiyuan, all of them were higher ultimate gods. The feeling they gave Duan Lingtian was that these people were all young. These people were obviously familiar with Wang Yiyuan. Under Wang Yiyuan's introduction, they quickly became familiar with Duan Lingtian. They were impressed that Duan Lingtian was able to step into the medium ultimate god realm and consolidate his cultivation base at less than 2,000 years old. Although we are considered as geniuses in the myriad worlds, in terms of cultivation speed, we are far behind you, Duan Lingtian. Nappa was a young man wearing a long brown robe. His appearance was handsome and devilish. His natural long green hair fluttered in the wind like little snakes dancing in the wind. According to Wang Yiyuan's introduction, Nappa was a native of one of the top few worlds, the Mingguang world. However, he was not a member of the strongest forces in the world. The force he was in could only be ranked in the second echelon in the world he was in. It was equivalent to the godly reverse world where Duan Lingtian was in. It was a heavyweight, ultimate god-level force that was second only to the giant, ultimate god-level forces in the realms of gods. However, such a force that could only be ranked in the second echelon in the Mingguang world had an old ancestor who was an ultimate god. The second echelon forces all have ultimate gods? After Duan Lingtian heard Wang Yuan's introduction, his heart could not help but tremble. Isn't this too scary? The first echelon forces in the Mingguang world. I'm afraid there's more than one ultimate god? Duan Lingtian probed Nappa. When Nappa heard this, he grinned. His smile was very radiant, giving off a feeling of, I am proud to be a native of the Radiant Light world. That is natural. Our Radiant Light world's first-tier peak power has at least 3 supreme experts. Moreover, there are ultimate gods among them. Even some of the second-tier forces have 2 supreme experts overseeing them. The Radiant Light world was a world domain that stood at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. As a member of the Radiant Light world, when they left the Radiant Light world and came to the outer world, they would feel a sense of superiority from the bottom of their hearts. After all, in the myriad of worlds, there were very few worlds like the Radiant Light world. Nappa. At this time, Su Sudong, who was wearing a long gray robe and had an ordinary appearance, said jokingly, even if you have an extraordinary background and are from the bright light world, so what? Now, aren't we still fish on the chopping board for that crimson demon to slaughter? Su Sudong's words silenced Nappa, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. At the same time, the faces of Wang Yuan and the other 3 turned serious. As for Duan Lingtian, he also felt the chill of the atmosphere at the scene at this time. Obviously, Su Sudong's words not only touched the most vulnerable part of Nappa's heart, but also touched the sore spot of Wang Yuan and the others. Su Sudong, Kror, who had not spoken, was a bald young genius who wore a loose black robe and looked like a middle-aged man. He glanced at Su Sudong and said in a deep voice, "We are all in the same boat. Why do you have to mock others? If he is like this, aren't you the same?" Kror's words were obviously displeased. However, when Su Sudong heard this, he still had a smile on his face. "Kror, I naturally know that my situation is no different from yours. In the end, I will most likely die here. But so what? I have already accepted it. The ones who have not accepted it are all of you. You still want to have the hope of leaving alive. Over the years, there have been people who wanted to leave by force. What happened to them in the end?" Speaking until here, Su Sudong's eyelids drooped slightly, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. They were all forcefully captured by the Crimson Demon when they broke through the space barrier and wanted to leave. Then, in front of us, they used the cruelest methods to torture their souls and let them slowly die in endless pain. Those living examples are still before your eyes. Could it be that all of you still have fantasies? As he finished speaking, a smile appeared on Su Sudong's face that had vanished, but it was a smile of self-ridicule. Along with Su Sudong's words, the scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. After a short moment, the few people, including Su Sudong, turned around and left silently. Only Wang Yuan remained on the spot with Duan Lingtian. "Brother Lingtian." Wang Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Although it's not a good thing to be able to meet here, it's also fate. You're new here, so you're not familiar with this place. Let me show you around." "Thank you." Duan Lingtian thanked Wang Yuan repeatedly. Compared to Wang Yuan and the others, he was indeed a newcomer. He did not know anything and did not know anything. Now, what he urgently wanted to know the most was what kind of place this was. Even if it was the Crimson Devil's place of raising venomous insects, he still wanted to understand what kind of place the Crimson Devil's place of raising venomous insects was, and whether he could find a chance to leave alive. Even if the chance was slim, he still wanted to give it a try. Even if he felt the despair of Wang Yuan and the others, He did not intend to sit still and wait for death. Sitting still and waiting for death was not Duan Lingtian's style. Duan Lingtian followed Wang Yiyuan and left the stone platform at the peak of the mountain. At the same time, he found out from Wang Yiyuan that everyone who entered came from this place. Moreover, every time someone entered, there would be a commotion here. Moreover, these people would come forward to watch the show when they heard the commotion. Of course, the people Duan Lingtian saw earlier were not all the people that were imprisoned here by the Crimson Devil, and they were only a small portion of them. There was still a large portion of people who had not come. These people were either not very interested in the newcomers, or they were not interested in this kind of action of joining in the fun, or they just happened to be in closed-door cultivation, or they just happened to have something to do and had no time to come. Earlier, I heard someone say that there would be people dying here every once in a while. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Yiyuan and asked. When Duan Lingtian asked this question, a hint of fear appeared in the depths of Wang Yiyuan's eyes, and it gradually disappeared after a while. Yes, Wang Yiyuan nodded and then laughed self-mockingly. Speaking of which, I almost died last time. Fortunately, my luck was not bad at the critical moment, and I was lucky enough to survive. However, based on this, it can be seen that I'm not the person that the Crimson Devil is waiting for. Perhaps it won't be long before I die in the Crimson Devil's next game. Wang Yiyuan said. Game? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Yes, Wang Yiyuan nodded. Every once in a while, the Crimson Devil will set up various kinds of mystic realms and dangerous places for us to challenge. Once we die in there, we're really dead. Let me put it this way. When I came in, there were a total of 139 young geniuses here. Now, there are only 32 people left. Of course, including the person who just came in, there are 32 people. After listening to Wang Yiyuan's words, Duan Lingtian also had a rough idea of the reason the Crimson Devil allowed them to exist here. It was to set up mystic realms to test them so that they would be continuously eliminated. Perhaps, Wang Yiyuan sighed, only when one of us survives will that person be freed. If their guess is right, that person should be the final target of the Crimson Devil's possession. If everything is true, no matter if it's the person who died or the person who survived in the end, in fact, they would not have a good ending in the end. Moreover, there were people who tried to escape and were all captured. Moreover, they were tortured and died. This made it even more difficult for people to have the thought of escaping. Now, in fact, we've all accepted our fate. Usually we seem to be fine, but our hearts are actually dead. Earlier, Su Sudong's words could be said to have poked everyone's sore spot, including him. From Wang Yiyuan's tone, Duan Lingtian could also hear the despair in his voice. He could also understand Wang Yiyuan's feelings, and similarly, he could also understand the feelings of the others. Now that he had just come in, it was still fine. If there was really no other way, perhaps he would end up like Wang Yiyuan and the others. That's true. We're all ultimate gods, and the weakest among us is a medium-level ultimate god. If it were someone with a weaker body, perhaps they would directly die of depression after knowing what happened to them. Wang Yiyuan continued. Brother Lingtian. Wang Yiyuan then said to Duan Lingtian, in this place, if you want to have your own cultivation place, you need to open it up yourself. I've opened up a cave that belongs to me in a valley in the mountain range over there. In this place, you don't have to worry about anyone taking the initiative to provoke you. Here, everyone is in the same boat. As long as you don't provoke others, no one will want to provoke you, especially those outstanding ultimate gods and top geniuses. They're looking for an opportunity to break through to become an ultimate god and have no time to be distracted by other things, other than the desperate test set by the Crimson Demon in the secret realm that they have no choice but to go. Usually, you basically won't see them. With Wang Yiyuan's further introduction, Duan Lingtian also had a better understanding of the people imprisoned here. There were also top-notch high-level supreme gods here. They were all geniuses, and the oldest was only a little over 10,000 years old. top ultimate gods who are a little over 10,000 years old and are looking for an opportunity to break through to become an ultimate god. These people would be giants in any plane of gods in the god-defying realm. But here, they're just prisoners. And they're prisoners who can die at any time. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but ask, among those who escaped, are any of them as powerful as them? Wang Yuan heard this and smiled bitterly. Do you think those who have the courage to defy the Crimson Demon and escape are ordinary geniuses? Those people are all at the same level as them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart could not help but tremble. This place was truly a chilling and despairing place. End of chapter. Chapter 40, 380. Through Wang Yuan's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of how dangerous this place was. Even a top high-level ultimate god would not be able to escape. Some top high-level ultimate gods had tried to escape, but were captured by the Crimson Demon and tortured to death in front of everyone. If this is really the Crimson Demon's small world, even if it's not in his body, he can still monitor everything that happens here as long as he wants to. Trying to escape is no different from a fool's dream. Unless I become an immortal. Duan Lingtian settled down near Wang Yuan's cultivation place. His face turned solemn as he watched Wang Yuan's figure disappear into the distance. With his strength, techniques, and the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, he was not weaker than an ordinary top high-level ultimate god. However, even a top high-level ultimate god would not be able to escape from this place. Would he be able to escape? Even though Duan Lingtian had hope in the beginning, he could not help but feel a little hopeless at this moment. Sister Water, do you have any ideas? After Duan Lingtian returned to the cave abode he had just created, he threw out a formation disc to isolate himself from the outside world. He then sat down cross-legged and opened his small world to communicate with the most knowledgeable of the 5 divine elements, the world cleansing divine water. The world cleansing divine water used to reside in the divine tree of life in his body. They were partners in life and death and had accompanied the divine tree of life for a long time. According to the world cleansing divine water, when she resided in the divine tree of life, the immortal was not yet an immortal. That immortal obtained the divine tree of life later on and relied on the divine tree of life to become an immortal. As for the world cleansing divine water, it had personally witnessed a junior taking 1 step at a time to become an omnipotent being. In terms of experience, the other 4 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body could not compare to the world cleansing divine water. Because of this, the other 4 divine elements followed the world cleansing divine waters, lead even though their current strength was not inferior to the world cleansing divine water. After listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, the world cleansing divine water fell silent for a moment before it said, "Their guess should be correct. This scarlet demon should indeed be that type of person. After possessing a body, he can alter the aura of his own soul and deceive the world. He won't be discovered by the laws of heaven and earth, and he can continue to send down heavenly tribulations for 10,000 years. However, it is usually extremely difficult for such people to successfully possess a body. To possess a target, not only does it have to be monstrously talented and have shocking comprehension ability, it also has to fulfill some of the requirements of the clan. Of course, the specific requirements are different for every clan. There's more than one race of that kind of people in the myriad of worlds. Of course, although I know that such people exist, and I know that there is more than one clan of such people. However, I also know that the conditions for possession are different for each clan. The conditions are set according to the characteristics of the clan and bloodline. However, at this point, the world cleansing divine water paused for a moment before it continued to say, "Since he set a secret realm test for all of you who are imprisoned here, it's clear that the secret realm test is a test for the new body he's looking for. The person who survives must be the most suitable person for him to possess. It's definitely not based on innate talent and comprehension ability. Otherwise, he would have chosen you directly. In fact, the world-cleansing divine waters analysis was similar to Duan Lingtian's earlier speculation. If the Scarlet Demon really thought he was the most suitable person for possession, there was no need for him to be imprisoned here. He could have just possessed Duan Lingtian's body. Since Duan Lingtian had been imprisoned here, it was clear that the Scarlet Demon regarded him and the other young geniuses who were imprisoned here as the same kind of people. Sister Water, is there a way to leave this place without anyone noticing? Duan Lingtian asked again. This was what he wanted to do the most. He wanted to leave this place and escape the Scarlet Demon's control. It's difficult. The world, cleansing divine water sighed. Even if a supreme powerhouse moves his little world out of his body, he'll still have a close connection with it. As long as he's willing, he can easily monitor all of you. It's mainly because there are too few of you here. For example, although the various realms of gods in the divine defiance realm are also supreme powerhouses' little worlds, as long as the supreme powerhouses don't pay special attention to the people who enter and leave the little worlds, it's difficult for them to detect the people who enter and leave the little worlds. This is because there are too many people in the divine defiance realm, and there are only so many people here. He can completely pay attention to every single one of them. Therefore, it's almost impossible to escape from under his nose. The world, cleansing divine water said. Upon hearing this, the flame of hope that had risen in Duan Lingtian's heart was extinguished by a basin of cold water. It seems like things aren't that simple after all. Of course, it's not like there's no chance at all. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the world, cleansing divine water's words. If this is really Crimson Demon's little world, then there must be a divine tree of life here. Most powerhouses below the level of a supreme powerhouse don't have a divine tree of life in their little worlds. There must be a divine tree of life in the body of a supreme powerhouse. Even if they didn't obtain the divine tree of life in advance to become an omnipotent expert, the seed of the divine tree of life will appear in their small world after they become an omnipotent expert. Furthermore, it will break out of the ground in a short period of time and rapidly grow. Duan Lingtian nodded. Sister Water, you mentioned the divine tree of life. Are we going to start with the divine tree of life in his little world? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He could tell the meaning behind the world cleansing divine water's words. That's right. The world cleansing divine water replied. We'll start with the divine tree of life in his little world. Naturally, we can only hope that the divine tree of life in his little world hasn't fully matured yet. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to make a move on it. Unless the tree of life is injured, it's almost impossible to attack it and win a chance to leave this place. At this point, the world, cleansing divine water, seemed to have thought of something and sighed. If he's looking for a new body to possess because he can't withstand the next 10,000 years of heavenly tribulation, it means that he's very old and has been an ultimate powerhouse for a long time. It's impossible for the divine tree of life in the body of a supreme powerhouse like him to have not fully matured yet. Now, we can only hope that the divine tree of life was damaged when he underwent the heavenly tribulation. Naturally, it'll be better for you if the divine tree of life is damaged. The more serious the injury, the greater the chance of you escaping. Naturally, you're not completely confident. Even if his divine tree of life is damaged, you'll only have a 50% chance of escaping from his little world before he realizes what's going on. The world cleansing divine waters said. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian fell silent. After a while, his eyes flashed fiercely as he said through gritted teeth, a 50% chance of escaping is not bad. Otherwise, I won't even have the slightest chance of escaping. Sister Shui, tell me, what should I do next? Chapter 40, 381. The world-cleansing divine waters words gave Duan Lingtian hope. Before this, he did not have the slightest confidence that he could escape. Trying to escape from under the nose of a supreme expert while being in the space expanded by the small world in his body was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In other words, it was almost impossible for him to escape, unless he could become an ultimate powerhouse. However, he had not even entered the upper ultimate God realm yet. How could he become an ultimate powerhouse? Moreover, even if he had the chance to become an ultimate powerhouse in the future, he might not have the time to wait. The Crimson Demon might not wait until then to possess his body. At that time, he might not be able to pass the tests that the Crimson Demon had set for the prisoners. The test that Crimson Devil set for us prisoners in the secret realm is targeted. It's not just about strength, talent, and comprehension. Whether it was from Wang Yiyuan's words or the world-cleansing divine water speculation, Duan Lingtian already had an idea. Of course, now that he had the world-cleansing divine water suggestion, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. After ending his conversation with the world-cleansing divine water, Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged and sighed in relief. At the same time, a bitter smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect to encounter such a disaster as soon as I arrived at the outer realm. Even with Sister Water's suggestion, there's only a 50% chance of survival. Forget it. I'll just have to deal with whatever comes my way. It's better for me to improve my strength as much as possible. Although I won't be able to fight the Crimson Demon even if I enter the upper ultimate God realm, at least I'll have a higher chance of surviving the tests set by the Crimson Demon. Although the tests in the secret realm might not be based on strength, those who are stronger will definitely have an advantage in many cases. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate. Drops of divine, corrupting spring water were absorbed into his body to aid his cultivation as though they were free. The effect of the divine, corrupting spring water was far better than any of the divine pills he had. In fact, ever since he soaked in the divine, accumulating spring, Duan Lingtian discovered that the divine pills in his hands that were still somewhat useful to him before had completely lost their medicinal effects. His body seemed to have developed a very terrifying resistance. The divine pills that he could take out were completely ineffective in his body. As a result, in the end, Duan Lingtian gave up on using the divine pills that assisted in cultivation that he had been taking before. So what if you've become a divine alchemist? Now, even an ordinary venerable grade divine pill is useless to my cultivation. Perhaps only the realm pills in the outer realm can help me feel the effects of a pill. The boundary pill was an elixir made by an alchemist who had stepped into the realm of utmost powerhouses. Furthermore, only those utmost powerhouses with profound attainments in alchemy could refine the boundary pill. The realm pill was a type of pill that could even be effective for utmost powerful beings. Many realm pellets were rare treasures even for an ultimate god. The realm pill was superior to the venerable grade divine pill. Duan Lingtian had already heard of this when he was still in the god-defying realm. A boundary pill was an extremely rare treasure even in the 10,000 worlds. It was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. Whenever a boundary pill appeared, unless it was protected by a powerful force, it would set off a storm of blood. In the god-defying realm, no utmost powerhouse can refine the realm pill. The realm pills that have appeared in the god-defying realm are basically more ordinary realm pills. However, even the most ordinary realm pills are supreme treasures in the god-defying realm. This was what Duan Lingtian heard from a descendant of an utmost powerhouse in a military camp when he was still wandering in the chaotic region of the god-defying realm's dimensional battlefield. According to the descendant of that utmost powerhouse, even the utmost powerhouse behind him was only lucky enough to obtain 5 realm pills in his life. 3 of them were exchanged with experts from other realms at a high price in the outer realm. Perhaps my alchemy skills will only be of some use to me after I become an omnipotent being. That's good too. During this time, I can devote myself to cultivation and don't need to think about alchemy. After muttering to himself for a while, Duan Ling Tian gradually calmed down. At the same time, he immersed himself in his cultivation. As he cultivated, he gradually forgot about the passage of time and his current situation. His cultivation base was also improving at an extremely fast speed with the help of the divine, corrupting spring. He was getting closer and closer to the upper ultimate God realm. Crimson Demon Ridge. On a small island suspended in the clouds high in the sky, there was a beautiful scenery. Surrounded by mountains, a luxurious mansion sat there. In the front yard of the mansion, Crimson Demon, who was sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes with a flash of light in them. Divine corrupting spring? And there seems to be a lot of it. Crimson Demon's eyes were filled with surprise. Although the little world in his body had separated from his body, it was still closely connected to him. It was easy for him to monitor someone in it. Recently, he only had to pay attention to the young genius he had just sent in, a medium ultimate god who had the ability to kill a top upper ultimate god. If it was up to him to choose, he would definitely choose the young genius as his target for possession. However, the matter of possession was not something he could choose on his own. In this matter, he had to follow the instructions of the ancestors of his clan, because only in this way would he be able to maximize the success rate of his possession. It's best if it's suitable for me. It doesn't necessarily mean the more talented the body is, the more suitable it is for me. I hope it's him in the end. Look at him. He should have a lot of divine, corrupting spring in his hands. If I can possess his body, his divine corrupting spring will also become mine. It can help me quickly return to the omnipotent realm after I possess him. As the scarlet demon muttered to himself, the fire in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Even if it's not him in the end, I have to think of a way to snatch his divine, corrupting spring before that happens. The divine corrupting spring is good stuff. Even an utmost powerhouse like Crimson Demon could not help but be tempted by the divine corrupting spring. If he did not have the intention of possession, he would not have much interest in the divine corrupting spring. Even the divine corrupting spring in his hands was something he had painstakingly collected after possession. It was all for the sake of quickly increasing his cultivation base after taking over the body and being reborn. However, I have to think about this at length. Even though Crimson Demon was an utmost powerhouse, he did not have the ability to snatch a person's storage ring and open it. This was because he basically destroyed his own storage ring. Once he acted recklessly, the storage ring would self-destruct and everything inside would be swept into the spatial turbulence. It would either be destroyed or carried away by the turbulence. Trying to find it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian didn't know that every single action of his was under the eyes of the Crimson Devil. He also did not know that Crimson Demon, who had been watching him recently, had not only discovered that he had the divine corrupting spring, but he had also set his eyes on the divine corrupting spring and was planning to snatch it from him. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, 382. Duan Ling Tian completely lost track of time as he cultivated. He was fully immersed in his cultivation. He did not even leave a trace of his consciousness outside. He only opened up his mini-world slightly so that the 5 divine elements could protect him. The 5 divine elements had recovered a lot with the help of the divine corrupting spring. They could continue to protect Duan Ling Tian while they recovered. Not only did they not have any complaints about this, but they were also very enthusiastic about it. This was because, although they could not be considered as one with Duan Ling Tian, if they really left Duan Ling Tian, they would not have a better future. If Duan Ling Tian became stronger, he would be able to escape this calamity and lead them to the omnipotent realm. At that time, they would be able to live a good life. If they switched to another master, they might not be able to fully trust them, and they might not be able to advance further. Even if they were talented enough and had a high chance of becoming an omnipotent realm, there was still a possibility that they would die prematurely. In their opinion, their current host, Duan Ling Tian, was a person with great luck. They had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's growth throughout the journey, and they also felt that if nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely become a supreme powerhouse. This was the most suitable master for them. Unless they had no other choice, they did not want to leave this master. Duan Lingtian knew this as well. Therefore, he trusted the 5 divine elements with his back. Furthermore, the 5 divine elements were only able to protect him from the younger generation. If the Crimson Demon really wanted to deal with him, the 5 divine elements wouldn't be able to stop him. Even if Zhang Xian didn't cultivate and was on full alert, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The divine corrupting spring is really magical. I feel like my soul has been sublimated. When I sense this world, it feels completely different. The heaven and earth spiritual energy that I used to think was easy to communicate with has become easier to communicate with now. Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation, felt as though he had become one with the heaven and earth spiritual energy. The divine corrupting spring in his body was also constantly releasing energy similar to the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Moreover, it was even denser, allowing his cultivation speed to increase by leaps and bounds. Cultivation. Right now, Duan Lingtian's mind was filled with cultivation, until he was jolted awake by a voice that seemed to resound through his soul. Everyone get ready. In 3 months, the new secret realm will open. Just like before, I will kill all those who don't want to enter. I hope you won't make a mistake. The voice jolted Duan Ling Tian awake. As soon as Duan Ling Tian was jolted awake, he recognized the owner of the voice. It was none other than the Crimson Devil, the master of Crimson Devil Ridge, who had imprisoned him. After Duan Ling Tian woke up with a start, his expression turned serious. His originally calm heart could no longer remain calm at this moment. Supreme Being in front of the Crimson Fiend, he was really no different from an ant. Now, the Crimson Demon made him enter the mystic realm. He really did not dare to not enter. I wonder when I'll be able to become a Supreme Being, even if I find the person from the Sucking Soul clan who has merged with Yun Qingyan. I'm no match for him. I won't be able to force him to release Ker's soul imprisonment. At this thought, Duan Lingtian's desire to become stronger grew stronger. After that, Duan Lingtian calmed himself down before he continued to cultivate. Meanwhile, in the little world in Duan Lingtian's body, a large group of young geniuses were not as calm as Duan Lingtian. The Crimson Demon is going to open the secret realm again. This time, I wonder how many of us will survive. A young man walked out of his cultivation ground and gathered with a few others. He had a bitter smile on his face. No, we're no longer 32 people. Another young man shook his head and said, 2 years ago there was a newcomer. He was a medium ultimate god. However, that newcomer only showed his face when he first arrived. I haven't seen him since. He's really patient. Indeed, the other 2 young men agreed with the young man's words. He was patient before, but I don't think he'll be patient now. I know where that person lives. Why don't we make a bet? I bet that he'll come out. I feel that he might be able to keep his composure. I won't bet with you on that, since I'm more likely to lose. In the end, one of the young men made a bet with the person who made the bet. The result of their bet was quickly revealed. The person who made the bet lost. This was because Duan Lingtian did not leave his cultivation ground for a few days after the Crimson Demon announced that the secret realm would open in 3 months. He's really a guy who can keep his composure. Although the person who made the bet lost, he accepted his loss wholeheartedly. He did not expect a newcomer who was only a medium ultimate god to be so patient. At the same time, there were many people who had yet to recover from their injuries when the secret realm opened last time. Their hearts sank when they found out that the secret realm would open again in 3 months. The opening of the secret realm this time was undoubtedly the most dangerous for them. This was because they were injured to begin with. Wang Yun, who was considered the closest person to Duan Lingtian since his arrival, walked out of his cultivation ground with a gloomy expression on his face. I didn't expect the secret realm to open so soon. It's only been 3 years since Brother Lingtian arrived. It's only been 9 years since the last time the secret realm opened. You have to know that before this, the mystic realm would only open once every 20 years if there were no newcomers. If there were people who wanted to enter, it would only open 10 years after the newcomer had arrived. Now, Brother Lingtian has only been here for 3 years, and the secret realm is opening again? What's going on? Could it be that the Crimson Demon can't hold on any longer and is eager to find the most suitable person for him to possess among us? I thought Brother Lingtian's arrival would prolong the opening of the secret realm by a few years. I didn't expect it to be brought forward. Wang Yun was very upset at that moment. If Duan Lingtian did not come, the secret realm would only open 7 years later at the earliest, because it had only been 13 years since the last time the secret realm opened. According to past practice, the secret realm would not open once every 20 years when a newcomer arrived, but 10 years after the newcomer's arrival. He thought he would have a few more years to recover from the injuries he suffered during the last secret realm opening. He did not expect the secret realm to open earlier this time when a newcomer arrived. This meant that he would have to enter the secret realm opened by the Crimson Demon again before his injuries recovered. His life and death would be up to fate. I'm afraid I'll definitely die in this trip to the secret realm. When he thought of this, Wang Yun's heart could not help but feel heavy. Wang Yun. While Wang Yun was in a daze in the air with a heavy heart, a young man flew over from afar. He did not look too good either. How's your recovery from the injuries you suffered the last time? When Wang Yun heard this, he glanced at the young man and shook his head. How about you? The young man in front of him had also suffered serious injuries in the last secret realm. Humph. The young man's expression was gloomy as he said in a low voice, I've only recovered 60 to 70%. If the secret realm opens normally, I'm confident that I'll be completely healed in 7 years. I didn't expect the secret realm to open earlier this time. In my opinion, this is all the newcomers' fault for not coming earlier or later, but at this time. The young man's words were mixed with anger toward the newcomer, Duan Lingtian. You can't say that. At this moment, Wang Yun shook his head and said, This matter might not have anything to do with him. Even if it does, the Crimson Demon might have already prepared for the next secret realm to open earlier. Perhaps the Crimson Demon's original plan was to open earlier as soon as possible? Perhaps it's all thanks to his arrival that the secret realm could open 3 years later. Wang Yun's thoughts were clearly different from the young man's. Wang Yun, I heard that you're very close to the newcomer. I didn't expect you to speak up for him so soon after you've met him. The young man glanced at Wang Yun indifferently and said, No matter what, he's made me very unhappy. I'll put the blame on him for this matter. It was no wonder the young man was angry with Duan Lingtian. Previously, before Duan Lingtian came, the secret realm's opening time had always been stable. However, this time, it had suddenly opened earlier. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? It might not have anything to do with him. Wang Yun smiled bitterly and helplessly. Perhaps the Crimson Demon is anxious and wants to find a suitable target as soon as possible. This matter is indeed not right, but what about before? Don't forget the few times the secret realm opened before he came. Each time it was more tragic than the last, and the number of people who died was also more than the last. Don't tell me you think that's normal? You should know that the number of people who died in the secret realm before those few times was about the same. What about the previous time and the time before that? The difference was more than double. Although Wang Yun's words made sense, the young man did not like to hear them. When he heard Wang Yun's words, he frowned and left with a scoff. Looking at the young man's departing figure, Wang Yuan sighed. His eyes were filled with helplessness and despair. Looks like I won't have the chance to return to the clan. I really didn't expect that a trip to train would be the end of me, Wang Yuan. If I could turn back time, I definitely wouldn't go out. At this moment, in the little world in the Crimson Demon's body, there were many people who felt as helpless and hopeless as Wang Yuan. Of course, although they felt hopeless, they began to gather their spirits and make preparations to welcome the arrival of the new secret realm that would open in 3 months' time. Chapter 40, 383. If it was any other place in the outer world, most people would be overjoyed when they encountered the opening of a mystic realm. This was because the existence of a mystic realm often meant some opportunities. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the myriad of worlds. Some rogue, peerless experts who did not belong to any sect or family would leave behind some good things before they died, including their inheritance. They would stuff it into the mystic realm they prepared before they died, waiting for the fated person to discover it. In the history of the myriad of worlds, many experts relied on these fortuitous encounters to rise up. Of course, there were also some rogue, peerless experts with bad intentions who left behind mystic realms that had a slim chance of survival before they died, or even a 100% chance of death, to cheat their descendants. However, looking at the history of the myriad of worlds, there were not many of the latter. When a person was about to die, his words and actions would be kind. Many people, even if they were bloodthirsty when they were alive, would not have the intention of cheating their descendants before they died. No matter how bad a person was, they would still hope that someone could pass on some of their things. This way, before they died, they would be able to achieve a certain degree of fame. The mystic realms outside were delightful. However, the mystic realms in Crimson Demon's small world made the group of young geniuses imprisoned by Crimson Demon unable to feel happy. This was because the test inside the mystic realm in Crimson Demon's small world was the same as the test outside. If one passed the test, there would be no reward or gain. If one could not pass the test, one would be injured at best and die at worst. There were no benefits, only disadvantages. No one was willing to do such a thankless task. However, the group of young geniuses in Crimson Demon's small world had no choice but to compromise and enter the mystic realm, even if they were unwilling in their hearts. This was because entering the mystic realm gave them a chance of survival. If they did not enter, they would definitely die. For the group of young geniuses in the Crimson Demon's small world, 3 months was actually not a very long time. However, for the majority of people, each day of these 3 months was like a year. Wang Yuan, the young genius that Duan Lingtian was more familiar with after entering, was one of them. During these 3 months, every day was torture for him. This was because he could almost foresee that when the mystic realm opened this time, he would definitely be one of the people who would definitely die. Previously, a total of 67 people entered the secret realm. However, only 32 people survived in the end. According to the death rate from last time, even if we don't increase the death rate this time, I'm afraid that only 15 or 16 people will survive. Not counting Brother Ling Tian, who just joined us a few years ago, there are only 32 of us. More than half of us are injured, but only 7 of us are seriously injured, including me. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, the 7 of us will definitely die. After 3 months, the secret realm was about to open. However, Wang Yuan did not relax at all. He did not want to die. He really did not want to die, even if he knew that he would definitely die this time, unless a miracle happened. The mystic realm is open, until a thunderous voice reverberated in Wang Yuan's ears, waking him up. Only then did Wang Yuan completely regain his senses. At the same time, his expression changed greatly. What should come still came. The owner of the voice was none other than the supreme expert who had sent him in, Crimson Demon. Crimson Demon's voice was like a nightmare to him. If anyone does not enter the secret realm within 100 breaths, They will be deemed as having refused to enter the secret realm. I will kill them immediately. The countdown starts now. Crimson Demon's voice caused Wang Yiyuan's expression to change drastically. At the same time, Wang Yiyuan did not dare to be negligent and immediately fled into the distance. In his muddled state, he did not even notice Duan Lingtian, who had also risen into the air and was following behind him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was also awakened from his cultivation. I'm still a little bit away from the upper ultimate God realm. After Duan Lingtian rose into the air, he immediately noticed a familiar figure in front of him. He recognized that it was the only person he was familiar with since entering this damned place, Wang Yiyuan. At this moment, even he could see that Wang Yiyuan's back was bleak. Brother Yiyuan. Duan Lingtian approached him and took the initiative to greet him. However, Wang Yiyuan acted as if he did not hear him at all and continued to fly forward. Duan Lingtian moved forward again and walked side by side with Wang Yiyuan. At the same time, he looked at Wang Yiyuan and saw Wang Yiyuan's face that was as pale as a sheet and his eyes that were filled with despair. It was only when Duan Lingtian walked side by side with him that Wang Yiyuan came back to his senses. He glanced at Duan Lingtian and forced a smile on his face. His smile was uglier than crying. Brother Lingtian. You are... Duan Lingtian was a little confused. The last time he saw Wang Yiyuan, although Wang Yiyuan was a little pessimistic, it was not to this extent. What's going on now? Wang Yiyuan seemed to want to find someone to talk to. He told Duan Lingtian about the early opening of the secret realm and how he felt he would definitely die if he entered the secret realm because of his injuries. Duan Lingtian finally understood the change in Wang Yiyuan. Wang Yiyuan was now prepared to enter the secret realm that the Crimson Demon had opened in his small world with the mentality of having a slim chance of survival. It could even be said that there was no chance of survival. Brother Lingtian, I'm almost certain to die this time. You've just arrived, so you don't know how cruel the secret realm opened by Crimson Demon is. But after this, you should have a better understanding. Don't be careless. I've seen many young geniuses who had just arrived die in the secret realm on their first try. Wang Yiyuan sighed. At this moment, he was clearly disheartened. His mental state was extremely dispirited. Okay. As Duan Lingtian responded, he could not help but sigh in his heart. He did not know how to comfort Wang Yiyuan. At this moment, even if he had a glib tongue, it would be difficult to calm Wang Yiyuan down. Wang Yiyuan knew much more than he did about what would happen in the secret realm that was about to open. After all, he was just a newcomer. That's the entrance to the secret realm. After walking for a while with Wang Yiyuan, Duan Lingtian saw many people flying toward them from all directions. They were all heading in the same direction. In the distance, a huge space vortex appeared. It was like the bloody mouth of a giant beast that could swallow everything. At this moment, a group of people had gathered and stood outside the space vortex. They were not in a hurry to enter. Duan Lingtian and Wang Yiyuan were neither early nor late to the party. When they arrived, there were almost 20 people present. Not long after they arrived, the other 10 or so people slowly arrived. At this moment, Duan Lingtian glanced at the crowd. He had some impression of many of them. They were the people he had met when he first entered a few years ago. Wang Yiyuan had even introduced a few of them to him. Now that everyone had arrived, no one was exchanging pleasantries with one another. Everyone had a grave expression on their faces. There were even some people who, like Wang Yiyuan, had weak auras and had looks of despair in their eyes. There was no need to guess. Duan Lingtian could tell that these people must be like Wang Yiyuan. They must have been injured the last time the secret realm opened. If they entered the secret realm again with injuries, it was natural that they would not be able to survive. Before Crimson Demon sent these people here, they should be considered rare geniuses in the 10,000 worlds. But now, they're at the mercy of Crimson Demon. At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian was a newcomer, when he looked at these people, he felt a sense of sympathy. A sense of helplessness rose from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he could not help but think to himself, "Can Sister Shui's method really let me leave this place alive? If it fails, I'll have to stay here forever. I'll be like these people, or I'll be possessed by Crimson Demon. My body is mine, but my soul is no longer mine." The atmosphere formed when the person in front of him remained silent made Duan Lingtian feel a sense of oppression. It was so oppressive that he could not breathe. Originally, he still had a lot of hope. However, now he felt that the hope was not very high. "You still have 50 breaths of time." When Crimson Demon's voice sounded again, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, were inexplicably shocked. At this moment, they seemed to have regained their senses. It was as though they had just woken up from a dream. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw many people's gazes had landed on him. There was a hint of hatred and hostility in their eyes. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He did not know what these people meant. He did not seem to know these people, right? Why were they looking at him like that? Brother Lingtian. At this moment, Wang Yiyuan, who was also awakened by Crimson Demon's voice, noticed Duan Lingtian's expression and immediately transmitted a message to Duan Lingtian. He told Duan Lingtian why these people were looking at him with hostility and hatred. After hearing this, Duan Lingtian came to a realization and was speechless at the same time. These people actually think that Crimson Demon opened the mystic realm in advance because of my arrival. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had been shot even though he was lying down. Weren't these people too unreasonable? According to Wang Yiyuan, Crimson Demon had increased the difficulty of the mystic realm before he entered. The death rate in the previous mystic realm was more than twice as high as the previous one. Before the previous one, the death rate in the mystic realm was relatively stable. Actually, they know in their hearts that it might not be because of you. However, they need a target and a target that they can vent their emotions on now. They can't afford to offend Crimson Demon. When Wang Yiyuan transmitted his voice again, Duan Lingtian could naturally understand the meaning behind his words. It was none other than these people treating him as a soft persimmon that they could vent their emotions on. "Brother Lingtian, let's go in. I'm afraid that if we go in to play, these people will cause trouble for you in the remaining 50 breaths of time." Wang Yiyuan called out to Duan Lingtian, just as Duan Lingtian did not intend to cause any more trouble and was about to listen to Wang Yiyuan's suggestion and enter the mystic realm. He and Wang Yiyuan were stopped halfway. "Wang Yiyuan, you can go in. However, if he wants to go in without any injuries, I won't feel at ease." The person first glanced at Wang Yiyuan, who was next to Duan Lingtian, before he stared at Duan Lingtian with eyes filled with hatred. When Wang Yiyuan heard this, his expression changed. "Pang Pusha, you've gone too far." Chapter 40, 384. Pang Pusha was a young man who could be considered handsome. However, there was a hint of wickedness in his handsomeness. At this moment, his eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Duan Lingtian. "I'm too much." Pang Pusha sneered. Wang Yiyuan, the secret realm opened in advance, most likely because of him. "The injury you suffered last time was more serious than mine. Don't tell me you don't hate him at all?" "Humph. Originally, when the secret realm opened normally, I had a chance to completely heal my injuries. But now, the secret realm opened in advance. Even if I can pass this time, I may not be able to pass the next time. Today, Pang Pusha, will say that if he wants to go in without getting injured, it's impossible." Pang Pusha's eyes were full of fierceness. "Pang Pusha, everything here was caused by the Crimson Demon. If you're really angry, vent it on the Crimson Demon. Bullying a newcomer, what kind of ability is that?" Wang Yiyuan said in a deep voice. "Wang Yiyuan, you weren't my match in the first place. Furthermore, your current injuries are more serious than mine. You didn't have much hope of surviving this time. Don't tell me that you want to add new injuries to yourself for him." When Pang Pusha looked at Wang Yun again, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if he was sure that Wang Yun would not dare to stand up for Duan Lingtian. Uft! Wang Yun heard this and sneered. Pang Pusha, you also said that I don't have much hope in going in this time. It can even be said that it's close to certain death. But there's still a lot of hope. I'm indeed not your opponent. But even if I die in your hands and add more injuries to your body, I'm still confident. If you really want to fight with me, I don't mind. At this time, Wang Yun did not have any hope for this trip to the secret realm. Seeing Pang Pusha looking for trouble, he was a little annoyed. Usually his temper was considered good, but it was rare for him to explode. When Pang Pusha heard Wang Yun's words, he could not help but frown. He had forgotten about this point. This Wang Yun, this time, there was only a slim chance of survival. It was not that he did not dare to fight with him. In fact, if Wang Yun really fought him to the death, he wouldn't be willing. However, Wang Yun didn't give him any face, which made him a little angry. Just as Pang Pusha was in a dilemma, Duan Lingtian, who was beside Wang Yun, took 2 steps forward and glanced at Pang Pusha. You want to stop me? Pang Pusha never thought that Duan Lingtian would dare to stand up under Wang Yun's protection. Suddenly, the anger that was originally caused by Wang Yun was completely transferred to Duan Lingtian. So what? A newcomer like you is quite capable. You've only just arrived and you're already able to receive Wang Yun's protection. Today, I'll give Wang Yun face and not argue with you. As soon as Pang Pusha finished speaking, another voice sounded. Pang Pusha, if Wang Yun really dares to fight with you, the 2 of us will join hands to kill him. You're not the only one who thinks that it's this brat who caused the mystic realm to open earlier. 2 figures flew over from afar, riding on the wind. It was a handsome young man dressed in black, and a sturdy young man dressed in a light blue robe. The one who spoke was the former. Ao Longyu, Tianhu, you were only lightly injured in the last mystic realm. Now, you must have completely recovered. Why are you here to join in the fun? Seeing the 2 people who suddenly interfered, Wang Yun's face turned a little ugly. The 2 people in front of him, any one of them, were actually on par with him. But the problem was, the 2 of them were together. They were also sent in by the Crimson Demon back then. It was said that they were best friends, wandering in the outer realm together. Then they were captured by the Crimson Demon and sent here to be imprisoned. If the 2 of them joined hands, he wouldn't be a match for them, and Pang Pusha wouldn't be a match either. In terms of individual strength, Pang Pusha was the strongest among the 4 of them. Of course, there weren't many strong ones. Humph! The black-clothed youth, Ao Longyu, snorted coldly. Tianhu and I have indeed recovered from our injuries. However, because the mystic realm opened earlier this time, it interrupted my cultivation, causing my strength that should have broken through to stagnate again. You should know what it means to be interrupted at a critical moment. It means that unless I wait for that opportunity again, it will be extremely difficult. As Ao Longyu spoke, his tone became colder and colder, revealing his anger. When Pang Pusha heard Ao Longyu's words, his eyes lit up. All right, Ao Longyu, Tianhu, the 2 of you restrain Wang Yun. I'll deal with this brat. Originally, I only planned to injure this brat. However, since he has offended you, I'll kill this brat. It can be considered as avenging you. Pang Pusha's voice was high and carefree. After all, he had been threatened by Wang Yun earlier. In the end, he had no choice but to compromise. Now that he had helpers, why would he need to compromise? Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment Pang Pusha finished speaking, Ao Longyu and Tianhu both flew out and approached Wang Yun, their gazes locked onto him. Wang Yun, if you dare to help him, I'm sure you know that if Tianhu and I join forces, we'll be able to restrain you and help Pang Pusha at the same time. Ao Longyu's tone carried a hint of threat. At this moment, Wang Yun's expression became incomparably ugly. Ha! Brat die! Seeing Wang Yuan standing there with an ugly expression, Peng Pusha laughed and then looked at Ling Tian with a wanton and carefree smile on his face. The original haze was swept away. "Brother Ling Tian," Wang Yuan transmitted his voice to Duan Ling Tian, "I can't help you right now. Otherwise, if Ao Longyu and Tianhu join forces to deal with me and then deal with you, it will be even more difficult for you to escape from Peng Pusha's eyes into the mystic realm. There are less than 30 breaths of time left. If he makes a move, you run. When the time is near, he will naturally enter the mystic realm. He won't dare to mess with the timing. If he's a breath slower, he might be killed by the Scarlet Demon. But you're different. Even if you're a breath slower, as a newcomer, the Scarlet Demon won't kill you. There are precedents for this in the past," Wang Yuan said. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Duan Ling Tian glanced sideways at him and nodded with a smile. Then he looked at Peng Pusha, who was flying towards him. The smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced with indifference. Did he really think he was a pushover? Did he think he was a target to vent his anger on? Bang! Peng Pusha's divine artifact appeared in his hand halfway. Although it was not a supreme divine artifact, judging from the aura it emitted, it was obviously fused with a supreme divine artifact embryo, which was more than Duan Lingtian's 7 orifices exquisite sword. In addition, although Peng Pusha's attack did not trigger any law of heaven and earth phenomenon in the Scarlet Demon's small world, however, Duan Lingtian could see that the law of fire that Peng Pusha displayed was definitely not weaker than the law of space and law of time that he mastered. In addition, when Peng Pusha waved the divine artifact staff in his hand, it seemed to be able to shatter the void with a trace of a familiar yet strange feeling. This is the staff of the Tao of weapons, and it's not a prototype. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was reasonable. After all, the young geniuses who were sent here to be imprisoned by the Scarlet Demon were basically outstanding existences. Die! Peng Pusha roared again and smashed down with his staff. Flames gathered and rushed out like a giant flame beast opening its bloody mouth, biting towards Duan Lingtian. At the same time, blood chi wrapped around Peng Pusha's body and then completely merged into his body, causing his already powerful attack to become even more powerful. The attack that was like a giant flame beast pouncing down also had some blood chi around it, giving people a suffocating sense of oppression. It seems that Peng Pusha really wants to kill this kid. He went all out as soon as he attacked. It seems that Peng Pusha also wants to kill this kid with one blow and then enter the secret realm. After all, there are only 20 breaths left. A medium-level ultimate god. Even if he doesn't die from Peng Pusha's attack, he will definitely be seriously injured. After being seriously injured, Peng Pusha's second attack will definitely kill him. Now, there were more and more onlookers. At this time, almost everyone had come. Many people who originally planned to enter the secret realm saw that there was a show to watch. In addition, there were still 20 breaths of time before the Scarlet Demon's time limit, so they were not in a hurry to enter the secret realm. They would watch the show first. Boom! Rumble! At the same time, in front of everyone's eyes, when Peng Pusha's staff smashed out, Ao Longyu, who was originally standing there motionlessly, also had green energy turn into vines that filled the sky. Then, next to him, Tianhu's energy also swept out. Streaks of gray energy converged with Ao Longyu's energy and spread to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it formed a translucent cage that enveloped Duan Lingtian and Peng Pusha. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan's expression changed tremendously at that instant. He never thought that Ao Longyu and Tianhu would intervene at this time and not give Duan Lingtian a chance to escape at this moment. The unguarded Wang Yuan's energy that was ready to be unleashed whistled out of his body. In the newly formed cage, Peng Pusha's attack had already covered the entire cage, including Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian had no way to escape. Ao Longyu and Tianhu have completely cut off the rookie's escape route. Too cruel. The onlookers could not help but shake their heads slightly. Most people felt that the rookie under Ao Longyu's attack would definitely be seriously injured this time, even if he did not die. There's nothing to see. A few people, while shaking their heads, had already entered the secret realm entrance in front of them and disappeared in a flash. They had already guessed the solution. There was no point in continuing to watch. Let's go. This rookie, even if he doesn't die under this attack, he won't be able to withstand Peng Push's next attack. This chapter ends. Chapter 40. 385. Although Peng Push's strength was not the strongest among the group of young geniuses imprisoned by the Crimson Demon, he was definitely above average. In the past, Peng Pusha had fought with one of the Crimson Demon's demon guards. After 100 moves, he was at a disadvantage. After 300 moves, he was defeated. The Crimson Demon's demon guards were the top existences among the upper ultimate gods. In most of the myriad worlds, they were strong enough to support a powerful force. Therefore, the young geniuses present did not expect Duan Lingtian to be a match for Peng Pusha. However, just as the group of young geniuses behind him walked into the secret realm, a 7-colored sword light suddenly rose from the area where Peng Pusha's attack had enveloped. Whoosh! The sword light soared into the sky, carrying with it a rich life force and the mottled power of the 5 elements. It broke through Peng Pusha's attack as easily as crushing dry weeds. Then, under the shocked gazes of the group, the sword light was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Peng Pusha. Impossible! Peng Pusha, after a sudden cry of alarm, also hurriedly retreated. However, just as he retreated a distance, he was blocked again. The thing that blocked him was none other than Ao Longyu and Tianhu's plan to surround Duan Lingtian and not let Duan Lingtian escape from Peng Pusha's attack. Quickly withdraw your forces. Peng Pusha hurriedly looked at Ao Longyu and Tianhu outside and roared anxiously. Just from Duan Lingtian's attack earlier, he knew he was absolutely not a match for Duan Lingtian. Too strong. His all-out attack was easily destroyed by the other party. Even when he fought with the Crimson Demon's demon guards in the past, he did not feel such a terrible pressure. The Crimson Demon's demon guards were pinnacle upper ultimate gods. At this moment, he also realized something. Although Duan Lingtian was only a medium ultimate god, he definitely had the combat strength of a pinnacle upper ultimate god. Pinnacle upper ultimate gods were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. If the Crimson Demon's demon guards were said to be the lowest level, then the current Duan Lingtian, even if he had not reached the highest level, he was close. At least, it was not something he could match. Ao Longyu and Tianhu, on the other hand, were shocked by Duan Lingtian's sudden attack. They were still in a daze when they heard Peng Pusha's cry, although in the blink of an eye they had all regained their senses. At the same time, they wanted to remove the cage that they had jointly set up. However, when the cage became illusory, the astonishing 7-colored sword light, carrying a rich aura of life and the power of the 5 elements, swept towards Peng Pusha. On the other hand, Peng Pusha was a higher ultimate god who had gone through countless battles. He was one of the best among higher ultimate gods. Although he was panicking, he still managed to block Duan Lingtian's attack. Peng Pusha was even prepared to get hurt. He had already made up his mind. He would do his best to block his opponent's attack. Even if he was injured, he would escape and enter the secret realm. Even if it was a narrow escape from the secret realm, it was better than dying here. At this moment, he had completely recognized the reality. Although the purple-clothed young man in front of him was only a medium ultimate god, he was stronger than him. After I kill him, it'll be your turn. Duan Lingtian followed the sword light and flew toward Peng Pusha. At the same time, he coldly looked at Ao Longyu and Tianhu outside, causing their expressions to change drastically. Let's go. The two of them looked at each other and did not continue to withdraw their power. They turned around and fled toward the secret realm. Because the two of them did not have the power to withdraw, their power would be annihilated by inertia. This would also take some time. Under such circumstances, Pangpusha, who had seen a chance of survival, felt the obstruction behind him while facing the menacing Duan Lingtian. His face was filled with despair. It was too late. Pangpusha's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, Duan Lingtian's sharp sword light broke through Pangpusha's final defense and directly killed him. At the moment of Pangpusha's death, Ao, Longyu, and Tianhu had just reached the entrance of the secret realm and did not have time to enter. This scene caused the expressions of the two people to change greatly, and regret appeared in their eyes. If they had known that this newcomer had such strength, they would never have taken the initiative to provoke him. The reason why they did that was because they were confident in defeating him. Let's go! Seeing Pangpusha's death, Ao, Longyu, and Tianhu no longer hesitated. They turned around and escaped into the secret realm, disappearing before the eyes of the people outside. After Duan Lingtian killed Pangpusha, he also put away his opponent's divine artifact. As for the opponent's storage ring, it was destroyed as soon as the opponent died. Everything inside had also been sucked into the spatial turbulence of an unknown location, drifting along with the waves. Wanting to find it was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. At the same time, with Pangpusha's death, the power left behind by Ao, Longyu, and Tianhu also dissipated without a trace. A group of young geniuses who had originally planned to enter the secret realm also stopped and looked at Duan Lingtian. From the moment Pangpusha attacked to the moment he was killed, it was actually only a few breaths of time. However, in these few breaths of time, their impression of the newcomer in front of them had undergone a tremendous change. Even Wang Yiyuan, who had just defended Duan Lingtian, looked at Duan Lingtian with a somewhat dull gaze. Thinking of how he had wanted to defend the other party just now, Wang Yiyuan felt his face burning as the corners of his mouth curled up into a bitter smile. With the other party's strength, why would he need his protection? Even if Pangpusha, Ao, Longyu, and Tianhu attacked together, they might not be his match, right? When one's strength reached a certain level, if the gap was too big, it was no longer a matter of quantity that could win. The qualitative change was far greater than the quantitative change. They ran pretty fast. Duan Lingtian glanced at the entrance of the secret realm indifferently as the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. He was not someone who liked to cause trouble for no reason. However, this did not mean that he was afraid of trouble. Those who provoked him would have to pay the price. You guys better not die in the secret realm, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Brother Lingtian, it's almost time to go in. There's only a dozen breaths of time left. At this time, Duan Lingtian also heard Wang Yiyuan's voice. Duan Lingtian heard this, smiled at Wang Yiyuan in a friendly manner, and then flew toward the entrance of the secret realm in front of him. From the beginning to the end, he was not worried that he would anger the owner of this place, Crimson Demon, by killing Pangpusha. This was because Crimson Demon acquiesced to it. He had heard Wang Yiyuan mention this a few years ago when he first came here. In this place, Crimson Demon would not care about the killing between young geniuses. Perhaps in Crimson Demon's eyes, if you died here, it meant that you were not capable, and those who were not capable were not qualified to become his new body. Therefore, whether it was Pangpusha who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian or Duan Lingtian who wanted to kill Pangpusha, the two of them did not have any concerns. Seeing Duan Lingtian enter the secret realm in the blink of an eye, Wang Yiyuan also followed. At the same time, the corners of his mouth curled up into a bitter smile. Originally, I was reminding Brother Lingtian not to be careless. Now it seems that it was unnecessary. With Brother Lingtian's strength, unless Crimson Demon is deliberately targeting him, it won't be difficult for him to leave the secret realm. Although the secret realm opened in Crimson Demon's small world was not completely targeted at strength. However, in Wang Yuan's memories, there was a group of young geniuses who were imprisoned in the small world inside the Crimson Demon's body. Although some of those peak existences had perished, only one of them had perished since his arrival. There was still a huge advantage in terms of strength. After Duan Lingtian and Wang Yuan entered the secret realm one after another, the dozen or so people outside also entered the secret realm one after another. At this moment, everyone had recovered from the earlier scene. As they moved, they discussed spiritedly among themselves. I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. How can he be so strong? Although his comprehension of the law of space is strong, it hasn't reached the perfected stage yet. However, his sword Dao is very strong. Even with his sword Dao, it's difficult for him to be so strong due to the restriction of his cultivation base. Did you guys notice his earlier attack? It's obvious he had external help. That's the power of the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life. Among the dozen or so people, there was no lack of knowledgeable people. Some of them even had the 5 divine elements in their bodies. Moreover, the 5 divine elements in their bodies told them that it was the power of the 5 divine elements. That's the power of the 5 divine elements. I have a feeling that any of the 5 divine elements is no weaker than me. If it's just the chaos divine earth, it won't be able to devour me. However, with the help of the other 5 divine elements, I'll definitely be devoured by the chaos divine earth in his body. Remember, don't provoke him. If you provoke him, don't even think about using my power. I can't afford to provoke him. To be more precise, I can't afford to provoke the 5 divine elements in his body. If it's not necessary, don't make an enemy out of him. The fact that the 5 divine elements are willing to accept him as their host is enough to show how monstrous he is. If there are no mishaps, the Crimson Devil will choose him in the end. It's a pity that such a genius is going to be possessed by someone else. If the Crimson Devil really possesses him, his future achievements might surpass his current achievements. I wonder if he'll be able to fulfill the other conditions for the Crimson Devil to possess his body. All in all, he has a huge advantage. There's no need for you to feel indignant. It's not a good thing to be possessed by the Crimson Devil. However, you're not as good as him. To be more precise, you're not as talented as him. At the very least, I won't allow the other 5 divine elements to possess your body. Although it's not easy to find a host as talented as you, it won't be difficult for me to find one if I really want to. Not everyone is a peerless genius like him. At this moment, the 5 divine elements and the few people who possessed the 5 divine elements in their bodies were warning them that Duan Lingtian, a peerless genius who possessed the 5 divine elements, was not to be trifled with. Chapter 40, 386. The reason why Duan Lingtian did not wait for Wang Yuan and entered the secret realm on his own was because he knew that even if they entered hand in hand, they would still be separated in the next moment. Those who entered the secret realm would not appear in the same place. They would appear in different places at the edge of the secret realm. What they had to do was to head to the center of the secret realm from the edge. During this process, they would have to go through many tests. If the secret realm in the little world in the Crimson Devil's body was a circle, Duan Lingtian and the others would appear at the periphery of the circle. Then, they would head to the center of the circle from all directions. Only those who managed to reach the center of the circle within a certain period of time would be able to leave the secret realm alive. In the beginning, it was impossible for them to meet each other. It was only possible for them to meet each other later on because they were getting closer and closer to the center of the circle. The distance between them was also getting closer and closer. Some of them even overlapped with each other. Previously, I've heard that there will be guidance after entering the secret realm. There are many kinds of guidance. There are the guidance of flying beasts, the guidance of walking beasts, and the guidance of light. You have to find it yourself. The outside of the circle isn't the end. If you take the wrong path, you'll be further and further away from the center of the circle. At the same time, you'll encounter layers of obstacles that have no end. Before entering the secret realm, Duan Lingtian had heard Wang Yuan mention this to him before. In fact, this was also a test. It was a test of observation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was hovering in the air. He was above a forest. The forest was peaceful. When he looked around, the scenery in all directions was the same. He could not see any difference. The surroundings were calm. There was nothing worth paying attention to. Under such circumstances, even Duan Lingtian could not help but have a solemn expression on his face. He knew this was the time to test his observation skills. He had to find the clues that led to the center of the circle. Naturally, he was not stupid enough to search for the clues on his own. He opened up the little world in his body and asked the 5 divine elements for help. The 5 divine elements were the product of the heaven and earth spirit energy. They were very sensitive to things like the environment. As a human, he was far inferior in this regard. That tree is different. The Duan Lingtian divine would open its mouth and pointed to a tree far to the right of Duan Lingtian. Then it guided Duan Lingtian to see the difference in that tree. Duan Lingtian went closer to take a look. With the reminder of the Haoqian divine wood, he immediately discovered that although this tree looked no different from other trees at first glance, its branches were very interesting. More than half of its branches pointed to one place. However, because the green leaves on the branches were too lush, if one didn't get close and flip open the leaves, they wouldn't be able to discover this point. As for the Haoqian divine wood, as the wood spirit of heaven and earth, it could naturally tell that this tree was different without lifting the leaves. Let me look at the other trees. Duan Lingtian didn't immediately walk in the direction the tree was pointing to. He had to confirm it first, because once he took the wrong step, it would lead to a series of mistakes. It was possible that what awaited him was an abyss with a slim chance of survival or even a certainty of death. Duan Lingtian looked at the surrounding forest and confirmed for an entire 2 hours. In the end, he confirmed that only one tree was different from the others. All the other trees were the same. That's the direction. After asking for the opinions of the other 4 divine elements, and even asking the divine tree of life for help with the world cleansing divine water, Duan Lingtian made his way in the direction the tree was pointing to. Not long after Duan Lingtian set off, the sky above the area where he was originally at suddenly stirred. Then a figure appeared. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would recognize this person at a glance. It was none other than the master of Crimson Demon Ridge, who had sent him to this god-forsaken place, Crimson Demon. He was a powerful, supreme powerhouse. Crimson Demon looked in the direction Duan Lingtian had left and shook his head gently. I originally wanted to increase the difficulty for him. He's not skilled in the law of wood, so it'll be difficult for him to find the guidance. I forgot that he has the 5 divine elements in his body. Among them, the clear heavens divine wood is more sensitive to life forms like trees than cultivators who are skilled in the law of wood. Although it's his first time here, his strength is close to that of the most powerful higher ultimate gods. It won't be difficult for him to pass through this secret realm. I don't have much time left. I'll increase the difficulty of this secret realm again. There's still more than 30 people left. I'll increase the difficulty of this secret realm again. It'll be enough if half of them come out. In the next secret realm, I'll directly determine the 3 most suitable people for possession. Then, I'll choose my new body among the 3. Crimson Demon's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. I hope that Duan Lingtian is the most suitable one. I'm very satisfied with his body. Young, powerful, and attractive. Crimson Demon's eyes shone with greed as he muttered to himself. This time, I'll try my best to get some divine, corrupting spring from him. Let's see if it's possible to force him to hand it over. Crimson Demon thought to himself. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was still unaware that he had fallen into Crimson Demon's trap. Duan Lingtian felt that he had found the right direction and moved forward in that direction. He used his powerful strength to flatten all the obstacles he encountered along the way. These obstacles might have been difficult for ordinary medium ultimate gods at the beginning, but they were not difficult for him at all. Although the difficulty of the later stages gradually increased, his strength was strong enough, and he still easily passed through one stage after another. It's not difficult. Duan Lingtian passed all the obstacles without any obstacles. At the same time, in more than 30 other places, there were many people who were struggling with every step. Wang Yiyuan was one of them. Wang Yiyuan had not fully recovered from his injuries, and this time the difficulty of the mystic realm had increased by quite a bit. He was struggling to cope with it. "I'm afraid I'll definitely die in the next obstacle." Wang Yiyuan looked like a completely different person from before. Not only was he tattered and unkempt, but there were also many bloody wounds on his body. His face was also full of stains and bloodstains. His aura was also extremely weak. As he walked, he gasped for breath. "Why don't I take a break first?" "No. If I take a break, the next obstacle might come directly to where I'm resting." Wang Yiyuan had suffered such a loss in the past, so he was extremely vigilant now. Finally, Wang Yiyuan moved forward and encountered the next obstacle. This obstacle was faced with a great demon. The first wave of attacks from the great demon severely injured Wang Yiyuan. "He's too strong. I might have been able to kill him when I was at my peak. But now..." At this moment, Wang Yiyuan looked at the great demon that covered the sky and the sun. His face was filled with despair, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Although he was unwilling, he did not have the courage to face death. When the great demon was about to envelop him and the wind that blew against his face was like a knife, he subconsciously closed his eyes. Just when he thought he was going to die, a loud sound shocked him and he opened his eyes again. With a single glance, he noticed that a violet figure had suddenly appeared before him. Although he could only see the figure's back, he still recognized the figure with a single glance, and he was even slightly, pleasantly surprised. Brother Lingtian? The person who had arrived at the critical moment was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was originally challenging the obstacles by himself. He had just passed the first obstacle when he heard the commotion. As he was closer, he deliberately went closer to take a look. With just a glance, he saw the scene where Wang Yiyuan was almost killed. Not to mention Wang Yiyuan, who was the person he was most familiar with in this place. Even if it was someone else, as long as it was not Ao Longyu or Tianhu who had offended him previously, he would have helped them. It was just a simple matter of lifting a finger. Even if he did not know those people, in this place, they were in the same boat as him. If he could help them, he would not mind lending a hand. Just as Duan Lingtian turned around and nodded at Wang Yiyuan with a smile, his face suddenly changed. Then a ray of rainbow sword light whizzed out from his hand and swept towards Wang Yiyuan's feet. However, it was still too late. Bang! With a loud sound, the ground under Wang Yiyuan's feet cracked. A grayish-yellow spike swept out from the depths of the ground and pierced through Wang Yiyuan's body. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's rainbow sword light had also arrived. It directly pierced the ground under Wang Yiyuan's feet and kept going downwards. Puchi! Ah! A mournful cry came from the depths of the ground. The sound became softer and softer, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely extinguished. He hid so well. Duan Lingtian did not expect that the checkpoint Wang Yiyuan was going through now was not only a powerful great demon, but also a great demon that was not weaker than the great demon that was hiding deep underground. Moreover, it was a great demon that was proficient in the law of earth. Before he could react, it directly attacked and severely injured Wang Yiyuan again. Even though he was a distance away, Duan Lingtian could still clearly sense that Wang Yiyuan's life force was constantly draining away. Even his soul force was becoming more and more weak. Brother Lingtian, Wang Yiyuan's body was pierced. The spike formed by the law of earth that pierced his body, had disappeared along with the great demon's death. His body was supported by Duan Lingtian and lying on the ground. Now, Wang Yiyuan was struggling to look at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with hope. Duan Lingtian immediately went forward and took out a healing pill to give to Wang Yiyuan. But Wang Yiyuan rejected it. "It's useless. I know my own injuries. I have at most 15 minutes left to live." Cough, cough. Wang Yiyuan kept coughing up blood. At the same time, he reached out with difficulty to take off his spatial ring and handed it to Duan Lingtian. "Brother Duan." Cough, cough. "This is my spatial ring. It's already..." Cough, cough. "It's already removed the ownership, most of the things inside. You." Cough, cough. "Probably won't be interested in them. But there's one thing that I'm not sure of. It should be useful to you. Of course, it's not certain. Cough, cough. If..." Cough, cough. "It's really useful to you. I hope you can do me a favor. Of course. I... Cough. I'm leaving soon. It doesn't matter if you don't help me. I hope that you..." Cough, cough. Chapter 4387. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when Wang Yiyuan breathed his last and fell to the ground with a thud. At the same time, a complicated expression appeared on his face. Although he had lived for 1,000 years and was used to seeing life and death, he still felt a sense of helplessness in his heart at this moment. Would he really be able to escape and regain his freedom without being controlled by the Crimson Devil? Even he did not have absolute confidence that he would be able to do so. As for Wang Yiyuan, he did not know if he was trying to comfort himself before his death or if he really thought there was hope for him to escape. But he actually asked for a favor from him. It was something related to the clan behind him and the family behind him. "If I die here or if I'm possessed by the Crimson Devil, I won't be able to help him even if I want to." At this moment, even Duan Lingtian felt that Wang Yiyuan seemed to have overestimated him. Why was he so confident in him? Perhaps it's not that he has confidence in me. He just wants to comfort himself before his death. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Then he raised his hand and the energy from the law of life swept out. Together with the energy from the divine tree of life, he repaired the hole in Wang Yiyuan's body before he put it away in Wang Yiyuan's spatial ring. "If I can't leave, you can stay here forever. If I can, I'll bring you back to your clan and hand you over to the family you're worried about before your death." After putting Wang Yiyuan's body into the spatial ring left behind by Wang Yiyuan, Duan Lingtian continued to move forward. Of course, the spatial ring had already been claimed by him and belonged to him now. As for the thing Wang Yiyuan said he would be interested in, he could not tell what it was in such a short time. At the same time, he did not have time to study it, so he put it aside for the time being. He would study it after he left the secret land. When a man was about to die, his words were kind. Although he couldn't tell what it was for the time being, since Wang Yiyuan said so, it was enough to prove that it was mysterious. At the very least, Wang Yiyuan had not been able to figure it out after so many years. He did not think Wang Yiyuan had obtained it in the little world in the Crimson Devil's body. He must have obtained it outside. If he had obtained it in the little world, the Crimson Devil must have thought it was worthless. In that case, Wang Yiyuan would not treat it as a treasure. Duan Lingtian continued forward, heading towards the center of the circle. Although the difficulty of the trials was constantly increasing along the way, it was still not difficult for Duan Lingtian. If it was difficult for even him, he felt that the number of people who survived this trip to the secret realm opened by Crimson Demon would not exceed 5. Of course, the later stages were not all about brute force. Duan Lingtian also noticed this in the later stages. In the later stages, a lot of people had to rely on their ability to react on the spot and their intelligence. If a person wasn't smart enough or was a little slow, even if they didn't die in the later stages, they would at least be injured. What Duan Lingtian didn't know was that Crimson Demon had seen everything that happened after that. This Duan Lingtian is worthy of being called the most monstrous existence among all the young geniuses in my small world. His performance is flawless. Of course, I can't come to a final conclusion about the trial set by the secret realm this time. After all, there are a few other people in the trial this time, so there won't be too much pressure. I'll raise the difficulty of the next secret realm to the highest level. I'd like to see how many people can survive. If there's only one person, it'll be him. If there are a few people, I'll set another trial and choose the last person. If there are 2 or 3 people in the end with the same performance, and no pressure, and no choice, I'll choose this Duan Lingtian. Crimson Demon watched the group of young geniuses in the secret realm of his small world from a place where Duan Lingtian couldn't see. His eyes were focused on Duan Lingtian. The reason why he was more optimistic about Duan Lingtian was because Duan Lingtian had many gods accumulating springs. Secondly, Duan Lingtian was the youngest among the group of young geniuses. He was at most a medium ultimate god who was a little over 1,000 years old moreover. He also noticed that Duan Lingtian was not far from becoming a higher ultimate god based on his current cultivation level. If there were no accidents and he continued to grow smoothly, he would become a higher ultimate god before he was 2,000 years old. There's nothing else to see after this. I originally wanted to get some gods accumulating springs from Duan Lingtian in this secret realm, but it seems like I can't directly increase the difficulty of the trial. That would undoubtedly make him more vigilant. Forget it. I'll just let go of this small profit. I don't want him to go to the extreme and destroy his spatial ring before I possess him. If that happens, I won't be able to get a single drop of gods accumulating springs. Crimson Demon previously had the idea of taking the gods accumulating springs from Duan Lingtian because he wasn't sure if Duan Lingtian would be the most suitable person for him to possess. After all, he had only seen Duan Lingtian's strength and talent and knew nothing about Duan Lingtian. However, while he was satisfied with Duan Lingtian's performance as he continued to observe in the secret realm, he also realized that even if there were only 2 or 3 people who survived in the end, Duan Lingtian would most likely be one of them. In fact, he had already decided that Duan Lingtian would be the best person for him to possess. He just needed to go through the final process. After all, it would determine whether his possession would succeed. Their clan's possession technique was too heaven-defying. It could only be used once in a person's lifetime, and the success rate was not 100%. Only by finding the most suitable body for possession would the success rate be higher. Duan Lingtian did not know that he had escaped a calamity from Crimson Demon, who wanted to steal the gods' accumulating springs. He was now continuing to advance toward the center of the circle. Along the way, he met 2 other people, but he did not know them and ignored them. Those 2 people had seen Duan Lingtian kill Pengpusha with their own eyes and knew how powerful Duan Lingtian was. Seeing that Duan Lingtian did not intend to pay attention to them, they consciously did not disturb Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is too strong. He's only a medium ultimate god, but he has the combat strength of a top-tier superior ultimate god. If he steps into the upper ultimate god realm, I'm afraid only those 2 people among us can compare to him, right? The 2 people Duan Lingtian saw were now walking together and breaking through the layers of checkpoints that appeared later. It was possible to work together in the secret realm. However, when 2 people worked together, the checkpoints they had to break through would overlap and be more difficult. When 2 people worked together, their combined strength would be stronger. When faced with overlapping checkpoints, the difficulty of breaking through them was not much different from breaking through them alone. The reason these 2 people worked together was because they had been on good terms and trusted each other all these years. If Duan Lingtian went to find someone to work with now, the other party might not be willing because they were worried that Duan Lingtian would play dirty tricks behind their backs. Even if Duan Lingtian did not directly attack them, as long as he held back, he could easily trick them. Because of that, in the secret realm of Crimson Demon's small world, it was impossible to work together if they did not trust each other enough. Do you think if the 2 of us work together we can beat him? One of them asked the other, "You're too arrogant. If the two of us work together, even if we go against Ao, Longyu, and Tianhu, we're not 100% sure that we can beat them. At most, we can guarantee that we won't be at a disadvantage. Didn't you see that before he entered the secret realm, Ao, Longyu, and Tianhu were so scared that they went in next?" The other person shook his head. When the first person heard that, he fell silent. "I never thought that there would be a day when a medium ultimate god could make me so afraid." The young man who shook his head spoke again with a sigh. "He's really a monster." Duan Lingtian passed through all the levels and finally arrived at the center of the circle. The center of the circle was a large teleportation formation. When he arrived, he happened to see a person enter the teleportation formation before him. Then, the person disappeared in the teleportation formation's light. When the light dissipated, the person disappeared without a trace. Before the person disappeared, Duan Lingtian saw his face clearly. It was a young man with a cold face wearing a long black robe. When he looked at the other person was also looking at him. "He came earlier than me, and doesn't seem to have any traces of injury. This person should be the one that Wang Yuan mentioned earlier, one of the strongest few among the many young geniuses that were imprisoned by the Crimson Demon." In Crimson Demon's little world, there were a few young geniuses who had the combat strength of a peak high-level ultimate god. He had heard about this from Wang Yuan a few years ago. Of course, he did not think that he was weaker than the genius who had left the secret realm before him. After all, he had not borrowed the power of the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life. Otherwise, he would have been faster. In addition, he had been delayed for some time in the process of meeting Wang Yuan. "Let's go out first." The secret realm this time posed no difficulty to me at all. However, it might not be the same for the next secret realm. I wonder if Sister Shui and the divine tree of life have gained something this time. In fact, the last 2 levels were still a little difficult for Duan Lingtian. However, due to some plans, he did not borrow the power of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements because they had their own things to do. Whether he could successfully escape from Crimson Demon's control was also an important factor. I hope they've gained something. That way, I'll have a better chance of escaping from Crimson Demon. Sister Shui also said that if I can enter the higher ultimate god stage here, I'll have a better chance of escaping from Crimson Demon's control. Originally, I only had a 50% chance of escaping. However, if I enter the higher ultimate god stage, I'll have a 70% chance of escaping. Chapter 40, 388. Duan Lingtian discovered he had left the secret realm that Crimson Demon had set up for them and returned to the area he was in before he entered the secret realm. At this moment, he could see the figure of the person who had left the secret realm was gradually disappearing into the distance. There was no one around him at all. Duan Lingtian did not stay long before he returned to the cave abode he had created for himself. The first thing he did when he returned to the cave abode was to ask the world, cleansing divine water in his little world. "Sister Water, how did you and the divine tree of life gain from the trip to the secret realm set up by Crimson Demon?" Although the divine tree of life had yet to communicate with him, he knew that the divine tree of life had its own life and consciousness. It was just that it had yet to recover to its peak state, so it was unable to communicate with him. Only the world cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements that had accompanied the divine tree of life for many years, could communicate with the divine tree of life. Naturally, if Duan Lingtian asked the divine tree of life for help, the divine tree of life would be able to sense his will and help him. However, there was no communication between them during this process. It's just as I've guessed. The so-called secret realm in Crimson Demon's little world is actually a secret realm formed by the divine tree of life in his little world. In other words, the energy that supports the secret realm's operation comes from the divine tree of life in Crimson Demon's little world. We've discussed this before. The best time for you to escape is when the secret realm opens again. Make the best use of your time to cultivate before the next secret realm opens. If you can become a higher ultimate God before you enter the secret realm, you'll have a higher chance of success. After listening to the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian realized the discovery of the world-cleansing divine water and the divine tree of life in the secret realm set up by Crimson Demon was just as they had guessed. After all, the divine tree of life in his body had once belonged to a supreme expert. The divine tree of life in his small world was well aware of what methods the supreme experts had, what they relied on, and what they needed to open the so-called secret realm in their small worlds. Even the world-cleansing divine water knew a lot about it. That was why they had guessed earlier and promised Duan Lingtian that there was a chance to help him escape the Crimson Demon's control and leave the Crimson Demon's small world. Upper-level ultimate God. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a burning yearning. At the same time, he took a deep breath and prepared to calm down and start cultivating. However, before he started cultivating, he couldn't help but take out the spatial ring that Wang Yuan had given him before his death and took out the thing that Wang Yuan had mentioned. It was a circular object that looked like a token. It was engraved with ancient and complicated patterns. At least, Duan Lingtian couldn't recognize what those patterns were. He didn't know if they were words or symbols. However, the material of the token was very strange. Duan Lingtian couldn't recognize what it was. Even when he activated the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he couldn't leave a mark on it. It wasn't that he didn't wonder if this was also a profound divine metal. After all, when he obtained the first form profound divine metal, it had the same characteristics. However, after he asked the profound divine metal, he was denied the possibility. "This is definitely not the profound divine metal," said the profound divine metal in Duan Lingtian's small world. "Then what is it?" Duan Lingtian was puzzled. "Little Tian, throw the token into your small world and place it under the divine tree of life." Just as Duan Lingtian was puzzled, the world-cleansing divine water's voice sounded. Duan Lingtian immediately realized that the world-cleansing divine water wanted the divine tree of life to take a look at the token. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian immediately threw the token into his small world. A hint of anticipation could be seen in his eyes. "That's right. Why didn't I think of that? The divine tree of life used to be by the side of a supreme powerhouse. It's a powerful companion of the supreme powerhouse who's now dead. It must have been influenced by the supreme powerhouse. Wang Yuan and I can't recognize this token, but it doesn't mean it can't recognize it." Under Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze, the life energy on the divine tree of life suddenly surged in Duan Lingtian's small world. Then a few of its branches shot out toward the token under the divine tree of life. Just as the tree branches were about to touch the circular token suddenly flickered with a faint life force, preventing the tree branches from approaching. Naturally, the life energy on the token was very weak. It was nothing compared to the life energy on the divine tree of life. In just a blink of an eye, it was destroyed. "What's that token? How can it extend the life energy?" Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised by the scene before his eyes. He could not figure out how a round token that was a dead object could emit such a pure life force. Although the life energy was not strong, it was very pure. It was no different from the life energy directly extended from the divine tree of life. At the very least, the life energy he displayed when he fused the law of life with his divine power was far from this pure. According to the world-cleansing divine water, if he wanted to refine his life energy to such a pure level, he would have to at least comprehend the law of life to the perfection stage. The perfection stage of the law of life was a qualitative leap. Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the branches of the divine tree of life wrapped around the circular token. Streams of gentle life energy continued to flow into the token. At first, Duan Lingtian was somewhat puzzled by the divine tree of life's actions. However, after a while, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly widened. This was because he discovered that the token was emitting a suction force that greedily devoured the life energy from the divine tree of life. The divine tree of life did not seem to reject this and continued to supply the token with life energy. Sister Water, this is... Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the world cleansing divine water about this. What was going on? What was the divine tree of life doing? Also, this round token, did it recognize what it was? Otherwise, why would it allow the divine tree of life to absorb its life energy? I don't know either. The world cleansing divine water quickly replied, I've just asked it, but I don't think it has the time to reply. Let's wait patiently. Although I don't know what's going on, I can sense that it's not being forced. It's voluntarily supplying the token with its life energy. Although I don't know what it is. It's probably not something ordinary. Little Tian, where did you get that thing from? The world cleansing divine water asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian did not intend to hide it from the world cleansing divine water. He told the world cleansing divine water about Wang Yuan. Upon hearing this, the world cleansing divine water could not help but sigh. If that thing is really useful to you, it'll be a huge favor to you. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, his gaze was resolute. Regardless of whether that thing is of great use to me or not, just based on the trust he has for me, I won't turn a blind eye to what he wants me to do if it's within my ability. You're very responsible. The world cleansing divine water praised Duan Lingtian. Then it waited with Duan Lingtian for the divine tree of life's reply. However, 3 days and 3 nights passed in just a blink of an eye. After 3 days and 3 nights, the divine tree of life finally stopped supplying the token with life energy. At this time, it seemed to have dimmed slightly. It was obvious that it had consumed a lot of life energy. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was in no hurry to ask the world cleansing divine water to ask the divine tree of life. After all, even a human would need some time to rest after 3 days and 3 nights. However, even though Duan Lingtian did not ask, the world cleansing divine water took the initiative to contact Duan Lingtian. She said excitedly, Little Tian, the thing that Wang Yuan gave you is not ordinary. In fact, it's a treasure to you. Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he heard the world cleansing divine water's words. Although he could tell that the thing was not ordinary from the way it acted in front of the divine tree of life, he did not have high hopes for it. Even if it was not ordinary, it might not be of much use to him. If it was something that leaned toward the law of life, he would not give up on the law of time and the law of space to focus on the law of life. Moreover, in his opinion, the law of space was more powerful than the law of life, and the law of time was more powerful than the law of space. Chapter 40, 389. Sister Water, what is it? Although the world cleansing divine water had said the item was a treasure to him, Duan Lingtian did not let this surprise get to his head. After all, he would only know how useful it was to him if he had a better understanding of it. If it was something that could help him raise the level of the law of life, it might be a treasure to him. However, he was reluctant to convert his primary law of life to the law of life. Apart from his current attainments in the law of time and the law of space, he also possessed a supreme powerhouse Godhead from the law of time and a supreme powerhouse Godhead from the law of space. Both were treasures that could help him comprehend the law of life, let alone the God-defying world. Even in the outer realm, a supreme powerhouse Godhead was a treasure. If that item is really something that can help me comprehend the law of life, is it more powerful than a supreme powerhouse Godhead? Duan Lingtian did not believe the world cleansing divine water's words. Although Duan Lingtian did not expect much from the world cleansing divine water, He was still waiting for its reply. Perhaps Sister Water would be able to bring him a pleasant surprise? Although Sister Shui wasn't completely clear about his current situation, she probably knew that he didn't have much hope for the law of life. "It's a key," the world-cleansing divine water said again. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. A key? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was certain the key was not something that could help him comprehend the law of time. It must be a key to a certain place that contained many treasures. At the very least, it must be something useful to him. Otherwise, the world-cleansing divine water would not have told him the key was a treasure to him. Key? Where is the key to? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he regained his senses. A hint of anticipation could be seen on his face. The world-cleansing divine water did not keep Duan Lingtian in suspense. She said bluntly, "According to the wood spirit, the key contains the aura of its former owner's idol. The idol of its former owner is also a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, he's much stronger than the wood spirit." The wood spirit said that there is a spirit within the key. It's a life form that was born out of thin air by that utmost powerhouse after he mastered the laws of life to the great perfection realm. That spirit said that after its master died, the meaning of its existence was to open the independent plane where the ultimate expert behind it hid his relics after he died for the person who obtained it. Whoever can reawaken, it will be able to obtain all the treasures in the independent plane that it controls. The world-cleansing divine water paused for a moment before it continued. The wood spirit followed its previous master and saw it from afar before I entered its body. According to the wood spirit, its former master's idol, which is that ultimate powerhouse, is extremely powerful. Also, the wood spirit heard from its former master that his idol is an existence that can be ranked in the second tier, even in the entire myriad worlds. The supreme experts in the first echelon of the 10,000 worlds are the three supreme existences in the three major domains. The second echelon below them are the supreme experts, who are a grade lower. Among the myriad worlds, there are no more than 30 ultimate powerhouses who can be ranked in the second tier. At least, there were no more than 30 ultimate powerhouses back then. Perhaps you don't know much about this. Let me give you a reference. Back then, there was only one ultimate powerhouse who could be ranked in the second tier in the myriad worlds. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. That round token was actually something left behind by a supreme being who was once recognized as one of the second echelons of the myriad worlds. Moreover, it could open the independent space he left behind. Moreover, that supreme powerhouse was the idol of the former master of the divine tree of life in his little world. The wood spirit was the name of the divine tree of life in Duan Lingtian's little world. Duan Lingtian had learned about the name of the divine tree of life not long ago. After all, the original master of the divine tree of life in his little world was also a supreme powerhouse. One could only imagine how powerful that supreme powerhouse was to be idolized. However, the circular token he obtained was left behind by that supreme powerhouse. Moreover, according to the world-cleansing divine water, the token was left behind. Moreover, the circular token was the key to opening the independent space left behind by that supreme powerhouse. Whoever obtained the circular token and awakened the spirit inside would be able to obtain all the treasures in the independent space left behind by that supreme powerhouse. Sister Water, that supreme powerhouse, did he not have any descendants? Did he not have any disciples? After a brief moment of shock and excitement, Duan Lingtian calmed down. The wood spirit said that the supreme expert did not belong to any of the realms. He was a wandering cultivator who roamed the myriad of realms and the lands beyond them. In fact, many people said that he was a native of the lands beyond the realm. The outer land is located outside the myriad worlds. It's also the hub of the myriad worlds. Many living beings have been born there over the years. Some are strong, some are weak. Among them, there are many who have grown to the level of a supreme powerhouse. The wood spirit said that the supreme powerhouse was a rogue cultivator in the past. After he died, he hid his life savings in an independent space and waited for a fated person. It's normal for him to do that. The world cleansing divine water paused for a moment before it continued. The wood spirit said that you can obtain it now and drip a drop of blood on it to make it acknowledge you as its master. Although the wood spirit was the one who awakened it, since you're its new master, its awakening is equivalent to your awakening. Upon hearing the world cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian no longer cared about the confusion in his heart. He immediately pulled the circular token out of his little world before he pricked his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had formed a strange connection with a living being. Your divine tree of life has awakened me. You're the fated person that Master spoke of. When you become stronger, I'll bring you to the bottomless abyss that Master left behind so you can inherit Master's legacy. As the circular token trembled slightly, a young voice suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian saw the round command token suddenly transform into a flowing light that entered his body before appearing near his soul, and it terrified him to the point his face couldn't help but go pale. Don't worry, the young voice sounded again. You're the fated person that Master spoke of. I won't harm you. I'll stay near your soul and protect it at critical moments. It's a good thing for you. However, my abilities are limited. I'm only good at defending against soul attacks. You don't have to look for me for help with other matters. Even if you look for me, I won't be able to help. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the young voice's words. At the same time, he recalled something and could not help but ask, You said that I can only go to the bottomless abyss that Master left behind after I become stronger. How strong do I have to become? Duan Lingtian thought to himself, if he could go to the bottomless abyss after he became a higher ultimate god, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for him. However, the young voice's reply completely dispelled his delusion. Supreme Expert. Chapter 40, 390. Ultimate Expert. Duan Lingtian felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head when he heard the words of the spirit in the circular token. The excitement that rose from the depths of his heart instantly vanished. Ultimate Expert. That was too far away from him now. His current goal was still to become a higher ultimate god after stepping into the higher ultimate god realm. There was still a very, very long way to go before he could become an ultimate expert. He knew very well that the reason he was able to step into the medium ultimate god realm from the lower ultimate god realm so quickly and even consolidate his cultivation base, getting closer and closer to the higher ultimate god realm. All of this was because he had soaked in the divine corrupting spring and absorbed a huge amount of divine corrupting spring. And that kind of opportunity only came once. Now, even if he still had a lot of divine corrupting spring in his hands, even if he used all of it, it would at most help him walk a small part of the path to becoming a higher ultimate god. Even if he stepped into the higher ultimate god realm now, it would be difficult for him to completely consolidate his cultivation base with the divine corrupting spring in his hands, let alone use the divine corrupting spring to become an ultimate expert. What a pity. I have to step into the ultimate expert realm to be able to enter the ultimate god realm left behind by that powerful ultimate expert. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He did not expect that he would be able to enter the ultimate god realm left behind by that ultimate expert as a medium ultimate god. However, he was hoping that he would be able to enter that place as a higher ultimate god. However, now that he heard the words of the spirit of the ultimate key, Duan Lingtian completely dispelled the delusion in his heart. I originally thought that if I could enter as a higher ultimate god, I might be able to use the resources inside to quickly improve my strength and speed up my path to becoming an ultimate expert. After sighing in his heart again, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses and did not continue to dwell on this matter. At the same time, he remembered that the ultimate key left behind by the ultimate expert was given to him by Wang Yuan before he died. If I can leave this place alive, I will definitely do what you asked of me. Thinking of Wang Yuan's last words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. Even if Wang Yuan had already fallen and it was impossible to know if he would fulfill his promise, he had never thought of going back on his word. I'll focus on my cultivation first. I'll strive to become a high-level ultimate god before the next secret territory opens. Duan Lingtian knew that the next time the secret realm opened, it would be a turning point for him. Whether or not he could leave the small world in the Crimson Demon's body and escape the Crimson Demon's control would depend on whether everything went smoothly the next time the secret realm opened. Right now, he wasn't sure either. According to the world-cleansing divine water, if Duan Lingtian did not make a breakthrough, he would only have a 50% chance of escaping alive. However, if he made a breakthrough, his chances would be even higher. However, no matter how confident he was, there was still a risk. There was no 100% chance of success. Even if it was 99%, there was still a chance of failure. No matter what, it's better to have a higher chance of survival. The higher the chance of survival, the higher the chance of survival. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian tried his best to calm himself down. Then he took out the god-corrupting spring water to help with his cultivation as he tried to break through to the high-level ultimate god stage. He had completely forgotten about time and everything else as he cultivated. He was only focused on breaking through. While Duan Lingtian was resting after leaving the secret realm in the Crimson Demon's small world, many people who had entered the secret realm also came out one after another after Duan Lingtian. However, unlike Duan Lingtian, who came out unscathed, these people were more or less injured. Some of them were even severely injured. Poof! Another figure came out from the secret realm. As soon as he came out, his body swayed, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then his face became extremely pale, like a sheet of white paper hanging on his face. After spitting out the blood, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked around to make sure there was no one around before he heaved a sigh of relief. If I had known, I wouldn't have provoked Duan Lingtian. I really didn't expect him to be so powerful. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize this person with just a glance. This person was one of the two people who wanted to join forces with Peng Pu Sha to deal with him before he entered the secret realm. Ao Longyu. At this time, Ao Longyu was no longer as high-spirited as he was in front of Duan Lingtian. He looked a little tired and dispirited. Moreover, although he had successfully come out of the secret realm alive, he was not relaxed at all. First of all, he was seriously injured this time. The next trip to the secret realm would not bode well for him. Second, he was afraid that before the next trip to the secret realm, Duan Lingtian, who he had provoked before, would come looking for trouble with him and even kill him. Even if he was at his peak, he was no match for him, let alone now. Let's follow the agreement I made with Tian, who before we entered the secret realm. After we come out, we'll look for someone to protect us. Duan Lingtian is powerful. However, there are still a few people in Crimson Devil's little world who are not afraid of him. Ao Longyu muttered to himself. He did not return to his place of cultivation. Instead, he headed in another direction. While Ao Longyu was making his move, Ao Longyu's companion, Tian Hu, was giving away a spatial ring in a cave abode in a mountain range in the distance. Tian Hu, what's the meaning of this? A handsome young man dressed in white sat in front of a stone table in the cave dwelling. He was drinking tea at a leisurely pace. He looked calm and had an extraordinary aura. Young Master Jun, I'm willing to use more than half of my life savings to seek your protection. Tian, who said sincerely with a solemn expression. Seek protection. The white-clad young man was stunned when he heard Tian-Hu's words. Then he laughed self-mockingly. I'm the same as you. We're both caged beasts in Crimson Devil's cage. I'm afraid you're asking the wrong person to seek protection from me. You should seek protection from Crimson Devil. Young Master June, Tian-Hu continued to say, I'm asking for your protection. As long as you protect me until the next time the secret realm opens, and we enter the secret realm. After that, young Master June won't have to protect me anymore. A hint of hope rose in Tian-Hu's eyes as soon as he finished speaking. If he died in the next secret realm, he would accept it. However, if he was killed by Duan Lingtian before entering the secret realm, he would feel wronged. Naturally, most importantly, he wanted to take a gamble and increase his strength before the next secret realm opened. That way, he might not die in the next secret realm. Moreover, if he became stronger and joined forces with Ao Longyu, he might not be afraid of Duan Lingtian anymore. If there were no accidents, Ao Longyu would definitely have a breakthrough before the next secret realm opened. He was seeking protection to stall for time. He felt that he and Ao Longyu might not be afraid of Duan Lingtian after a few more years. However, even if they joined forces now, they were still no match for Duan Lingtian. You're worried that the newcomer will attack you? The white-clad young man asked with a faint smile as he looked at Tian-Hu. Tian-Hu took a deep breath when he heard that. At this point, I don't intend to hide it from young Master June. Ao Longyu and I are indeed worried that he'll attack us. I'm seeking protection from young Master June because I'm guarding against him. I'm sure he won't dare to act recklessly with me around. Young Master June. Based on Tian-Hu's words, it was obvious that he trusted the white-clad young man. In other words, he trusted the white-clad young man's strength. The white-clad young man's name was Shangguan Jun. In terms of strength, he was one of the strongest people in Crimson Demon's little world. Even among the superior ultimate gods, he was one of the best. At the very least, Tian-Hu felt that if Duan Lingtian were to fight with Shangguan Jun, it would be difficult for him to defeat Shangguan Jun even if he was undefeated. It's not a problem to protect you. Shangguan Jun glanced at Tian-Hu nonchalantly before he looked at the spatial ring that Tian-Hu handed over. However, I want to confirm if your sincerity is worthy of my protection. If I don't like you, you can leave and look for someone else. In Crimson Demon's little world, I'm not the only one who has the ability to protect you, Shangguan Jun said. Young Master Jun, please check it. Tian-Hu bowed slightly and handed over the spatial ring. Shangguan Jun casually took the spatial ring. After the spatial ring ownership claim was made, he took a look inside. At first, his eyes were calm. However, after a while, his eyes suddenly lit up like the bright stars in the night sky. Even his breathing became slightly disordered. After taking a deep breath, Shangguan Jun regained his senses and looked deeply at Tian-Hu. You're really generous. That thing makes it impossible for me to reject you. All right, I'll do it. He's just a newcomer. If we were in the outside world, I wouldn't easily make an enemy out of him because of his talent and future. However, in Crimson Demon's little world, everyone is going to die. Why should I be afraid of him? Shangguan Jun paused for a moment before he said to Tian-Hu, until the next time the secret land opens, you will cultivate in my cave mansion. If Duan Lingtian really comes looking for me, I'll stop him. Thank you, young Master Jun. Tian-Hu had been waiting for Shangguan Jun to say this. Until now, his restless heart had finally calmed down. After Tian-Hu obtained the protection of Shangguan Jun, one of the strongest geniuses in Crimson Demon's little world, Ao Longyu arrived at the cave abode of another genius who was as famous as Shangguan Jun in Crimson Demon's little world. After a series of respectful greetings, Ao Longyu entered the cave mansion of the other party. At the same time, Ao Longyu stated his request and offered a treasure that the other party could not reject. With this, Ao Longyu and Tian-Hu found protection one after another. After the news spread, the young geniuses who survived the secret land could understand Ao, Longyu, and Tianhu's choice. If they were in the same situation as the two of them, they would most likely make the same choice. Ao, Longyu, and Tian were protected by Sun Jiao and Sheng Guanjun. I'm afraid it's impossible for Duan Lingtian to touch them. Chapter 40, 391. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know that Ao, Longyu, and Tian, who had each found a top young genius in Crimson Demon's small world and paid a huge price to seek protection from him. Now he was fully focused on his cultivation. He had forgotten about time and everything else while he was cultivating. With the help of the divine corrupting spring, his cultivation base increased rapidly, and he was getting closer and closer to becoming a higher ultimate god. Even Crimson Demon, who occasionally paid attention to Duan Lingtian, could clearly feel the improvement and change in Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. This kid's cultivation speed is really fast. I originally planned to open the next secret territory in a few years. It seems like I'll have to postpone it. I'll wait until he becomes a higher ultimate god before opening the secret territory. At that time, I'll directly open the next secret territory and make it the last one. Only one person will survive. The secret territory opened early the last time. This time, I'll open it later to give them more time to breathe. Originally, the dozen young geniuses who were lucky enough to survive in Crimson Demon's small world thought that since the secret territory opened early the last time, the next secret territory would only open a few years later. However, after a few years, they realized that the secret territory did not open. Even after a few more years, the secret territory still did not open. Could it be that the secret territory is going to be opened by the same number of years? Many people thought so. However, when the secret territory still did not open after the previous secret territory opened the next time, the group of people was puzzled. What's going on? Why hasn't the secret territory opened yet? That's right. No newcomers have entered. Why is the opening of the secret territory delayed? Could it be that the secret territory opened early the last time, so it's delayed this time? Something doesn't feel right. Although the dozen young geniuses who were lucky enough to survive in Crimson Demon's small world were puzzled, they also knew that they could not change anything. Everything here was under the control of the ultimate god, Crimson Demon. Among them, there were even quite a few direct descendants of supreme experts, the kind where the supreme experts were even willing to fight for them. However, within the small world within the Crimson Devil's body, they had no way of asking for help from the supreme experts behind them. Among the dozen or so people, several of them had tokens from supreme experts. Usually, when they were outside the realm, they could use the tokens from supreme experts to contact the supreme experts. However, the small world within Crimson Demon's body completely isolated all of this. You want to tip them off? Impossible. The Crimson Demon had already calculated everything. What's the situation? The secret realm hasn't opened yet? Even Ao, Longyu, and Tianhu had mostly recovered from their injuries. They had thought that they would only be able to enter the next secret realm with injuries. Who would have thought that they would have time to recover from so many injuries? This is a good thing for me. It seems like I'll be able to fully recover from my injuries before the next secret realm opens. Perhaps before the next time the secret realm opens, my strength will be able to improve further. Tianhu's eyes shone brightly as he muttered to himself. On the other hand, Ao Longyu's eyes shone brightly. Now that my strength has improved, even if I'm not a match for Duan Lingtian, if Tianhu and I join forces, it'll be difficult for him to kill us. If Tianhu and I join forces, the most we'll be able to do is to fight him to a standstill. This time, the secret realm hasn't opened yet. I'll use the remaining time to recover from my injuries. I'll quickly recover from my injuries. At that time, I'll have more strength to protect myself. If there was anyone who did not pay attention to the next secret realm opening, it would be Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was focused on his cultivation, leaving his back to the 5 divine elements. If anything happened, the 5 divine elements would immediately alert him. As for the opening of the secret realm, there was no need for the 5 divine elements to alert him. Crimson Demon's voice was enough to wake him up. For this reason, he was not worried he would miss the next secret realm. Duan Lingtian had completely forgotten about time as he cultivated. Drops of divine, corrupting spring water were consumed by him as though they were free. They became a part of his divine energy. His divine power continued to rise and rise again. It was only when he had a breakthrough in his cultivation base that Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly before they dimmed again. How long have I been cultivating? I feel like I've depleted more than half of the divine, corrupting spring water in my possession. Now, I'm only left with less than half. Duan Lingtian looked at the divine, corrupting spring in his spatial ring and discovered that the divine, corrupting spring in his spatial ring had decreased by 3/5 compared to before he went into closed-door cultivation. Only 2/5 was left. Sister Water, how long have I been cultivating? Duan Lingtian asked the world cleansing divine water as his eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the rate of depletion of the divine, corrupting spring water. The world cleansing divine water immediately replied, "You've been cultivating for 32 years. 32 years!" Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. That long? In the next instant, he thought of something else. But why hasn't the secret realm opened yet? Crimson Demon hasn't notified me either. What's going on? It can't be that I missed Crimson Demon's notification while I was cultivating, right? That can't be right. If I didn't enter the secret realm, Crimson Demon wouldn't have let me go. Could it be that the secret realm hasn't opened yet? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. The secret realm will open in 3 months. Crimson Demon's notification of the secret realm's opening came just as Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through to the upper ultimate God stage. This caused Duan Lingtian to fall into a daze for a long time. It was obvious the secret realm's opening had been delayed. However, if the opening was delayed, so be it. The timing of the opening was too coincidental. It opened right after he had broken through to the upper ultimate God stage. Sister Shuei, do you think that Crimson Demon would be able to find out about my breakthrough as well? After all, this is the little world in Crimson Demon's body. Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the world cleansing divine water. The world cleansing divine water quickly gave him an answer. As long as he's paying attention to you, he'll naturally know about your breakthrough. Why are you suddenly asking this? The world cleansing divine water felt Duan Lingtian would not have asked this out of the blue. There must be a reason for him to ask this question. Duan Lingtian immediately told the world cleansing divine water that the secret realm would open in 3 months. The secret realm's opening was announced just a few breaths after you had broken through. The interval between the opening of the secret realm. This should be the longest one. The world cleansing divine water was silent for a while after hearing this from Duan Lingtian. Then it continued, if I'm not mistaken, he's probably waiting for you to break through to the upper ultimate God stage and become an upper ultimate God. As for the reason, it's because he values you. Moreover, he's likely to choose the most suitable body for him to possess in the secret realm this time. The world cleansing divine waters words made Duan Lingtian realize his guess was correct. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect the Crimson Demon to choose the most suitable body for him in the secret realm this time. Sister Water, why did you say the Crimson Demon would choose the most suitable body for him in the secret realm this time? Even if half of the people were eliminated in the previous secret realm, there would still be more than a dozen people left. More than a dozen people, and only one person will be chosen? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The world cleansing divine water said, My guess is based on evidence. Previously, you told me the Crimson Demon's death rate has increased recently when he opened the secret realm. From this, it's clear he's in a hurry. It's obvious he can't hold on for too long. He doesn't even plan to face the 10,000 years heavenly tribulation. His 10,000 years heavenly tribulation should be coming soon. Therefore, he wants to possess a new body before that and use his clan's secret technique to conceal himself from the heavenly tribulation. Duan Ling Tian agreed with the world cleansing divine waters analysis. Based on the world cleansing divine waters analysis, Duan Ling Tian found it logical. For a moment, his expression couldn't help but turn solemn. Little Tian, you don't have to worry too much. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's grave expression, the world cleansing divine water said, "You originally planned to escape from his control when the secret realm opens this time. If you can escape successfully, it won't affect you even if it's the last time you enter the secret realm. However, if you fail, you won't be in a good situation even if it's the last time you enter the secret realm." Upon hearing the world cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian's expression softened. Moreover, the world cleansing divine water continued to say, "This time if he's waiting for you to become a higher ultimate god before he opens the secret realm, it'll be a great help to you. Now that you've become a higher ultimate god, we'll have a higher chance of helping you escape." Upon hearing the world cleansing divine water's words, a hint of a smile finally appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. When Duan Lingtian learned that the secret realm would open in 3 months, the other young geniuses in the Crimson Demon's little world also received the news. For a moment, their hearts were all shaken. It's finally here. They had been waiting for a long time for the secret realm to open. They did not expect it would only open after 32 years. Some of the people who had been seriously injured had also successfully recovered from their injuries in these 32 years. Ao Longyu and Tianhu had also fully recovered from their injuries. In fact, not only had they recovered from their injuries, they had also improved over the years and become even more powerful. Now, the two of them had joined forces. With a tacit understanding between them, their combined strength was not inferior to the young geniuses that they had found to protect them. Chapter 40, 392. However, although Ao, Longyu, and Tian, who had both made breakthroughs and were stronger than the two young geniuses they had found to protect them, their combined strength was no weaker than the two young geniuses they had found to protect them. However, they did not intend to leave the young geniuses who had promised to protect them. After all, they had paid a huge price to find this protection umbrella. Before they could make full use of it, it was better not to exhaust their strength. After all, they still had to enter the secret realm to seek survival. If they were injured in a conflict with the Duan Lingtian, it would not be worth it. The secret realm will open in 3 months. You and I will meet up at the entrance of the secret realm under their protection. There's no need for us to meet up before that. Ao Longyu sent a voice transmission to Tianhu. It's impossible for the two of them to leave for us. If one of us chooses to leave, we'll have one less person to protect us. What Ao Longyu meant was that they should continue to enjoy the protection of the people they had found. If they took the initiative to leave, it would only benefit the other party. That's what I think too. Tian, who agreed with Ao Longyu's suggestion. It was obvious that Tian, who had the same thoughts as well. However, Ao Longyu continued. At this moment, Ao Longyu continued to say, "Duan Ling Tian hasn't come to look for us for more than 30 years. I don't think he'll come to look for us in the last 3 months. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. To be on the safe side, we can't let our guard down." Tian, who agreed with Ao Longyu's words once again, the two of them decided that 3 months later, they would head to the location of the next secret realm that Crimson Demon would open under the protection of the umbrella that they had found. However, they did not know that a purple figure was flying in the air from a valley in the little world of the Crimson Demon's body. He was heading toward the cave abode they had created for themselves. This is where Ao, Longyu, and Tian, whose cave abodes are. Duan Lingtian had come here after asking someone about the location of Ao, Longyu, and Tian, whose cave abodes. However, when he arrived, he found that there was no one inside. Could it be that they died in the last mystic realm? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Or perhaps the person I asked earlier lied to me? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian turned to look at a young man not far behind him. It was this young man who had told him the location of Ao, Longyu, and Tianhu's cave residences. At this moment, the young man seemed to have seen through Duan Lingtian's doubts and smiled faintly. What you asked me was the location of their cave abodes, and this is where their cave abodes are located. Now, are you going to ask me where they are now? There was a faint smile on the young man's face. He had been like this since the beginning when Duan Lingtian approached him. It was as if he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian's extraordinary strength at all. Since the last time the secret realm opened, Duan Lingtian had killed Pengpusha at the entrance of the secret realm. Everyone in the Crimson Demon's small world knew about him. Everyone knew that a new genius had arrived. Although he was only a medium ultimate god, his strength was comparable to a superior ultimate god's. You know, this time, Duan Lingtian looked at the young man with a hint of surprise. He originally thought that the young man was just a friendly person, but now it seemed that he was not that simple. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be so perfunctory and would not follow him. I know. The young man nodded. Both of them were seriously injured after coming out of the secret realm last time. Therefore, each of them paid a certain price to seek protection from the other two. Those two people are also two of the strongest people among the people here. If you come to seek revenge now, I'm afraid that the people they found to protect them will not stand by and do nothing. As he finished speaking, the young man glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Oh, upon hearing the young man's words, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Ao, Longyu, and Tianhu to be so vigilant after coming out of the secret realm last time. However, he had to kill these two people. Last time, if it wasn't for his strength, he might have been tricked by these two and Pengpusha and died at that time. Duan Lingtian was a person who clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. He would repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. As for the two people who sought protection from Ao, Longyu, and Tianhu, two of the strongest people in Crimson Demon's small world, superior ultimate gods, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with a burning desire to fight. He had just entered the upper ultimate god realm and urgently needed a battle to familiarize himself with the qualitative change in his divine power. Although entering the upper ultimate god realm meant that he was still far from completely stabilizing his cultivation base, his divine power had undergone a qualitative change and was incomparable to a medium ultimate god's divine power. Duan Lingtian also wanted to know how much his strength had increased after entering the upper ultimate god realm. Of course, it was not that he did not feel anything. However, he would be able to feel how much his strength had increased through actual combat. Your Excellency, can you tell me the location of the cave residence of the person they sought protection from? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man again and asked politely. The young man did not waste any time and directly led him around and pointed out the location of two cave residences at the same time. These two cave residences, the one in front is the cave residence of the person Tianhu sought protection from. The one on the left is the cave residence of the person Ao Longyu sought protection from. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man did not seem to be interested in watching the show and directly turned to leave. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian looked at the departing figure and thanked him. At the same time, he felt that the young man was somewhat mysterious. Moreover, he gave him the feeling that he was somewhat unfathomable. Could this person also be one of the strongest young geniuses in Crimson Demon's small world? Duan Lingtian could not help but have this thought. However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, he saw the young man's back disappear before his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard whispers in his ears. Who was the person who came with Duan Lingtian just now? I've never seen him before. He should be someone who doesn't usually show up. I think I've seen most of the people here since I came in. Even Duan Lingtian is no exception. I've never seen that person before. The whispers that entered his ears came from 4 people. Among these 4 people, 2 of them hovered in the air as they looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. They had all heard the commotion caused by Duan Lingtian and the young man and came out of their cave residences to join in the fun. These people don't know that young man. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian could not help but frown slightly when he heard the whispers of the 4 people. While Duan Lingtian was frowning, the figure of the young man who had long disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually turned into nothingness, leaving only a faint voice. I wonder if this young man will be a match for those 2 after entering the upper ultimate god realm. If Duan Lingtian was there and heard this voice, he would definitely recognize it as the voice of the supreme expert who had imprisoned him, Crimson Demon. Obviously, the young man who had shown Duan Lingtian the way was the young man that Crimson Demon had transformed into. He had transformed into such a person to show Duan Lingtian the way. Although he did not know much about Duan Lingtian, he also knew that any normal person would not let Ao, Longyu, and Tianhu off so easily after what had happened to Duan Lingtian, unless the 2 of them had died in the secret realm previously. After Duan Lingtian walked out of his cave residence, the first thing he asked Crimson Demon was if Ao, Longyu, and Tianhu had walked out of the secret realm alive. It should be Crimson Demon's transformation. After frowning for a moment, Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed who the young man was. He was obviously not a person who lived in seclusion. Otherwise, he would not be so familiar with Ao, Longyu, and Tianhu's situation. If he was not a person who lived in seclusion, it was impossible for him not to know the 4 people in front of him. Therefore, there was only one explanation. That young man was Crimson Demon's transformation. As for the purpose, it was obvious that he wanted to see him fight with the 2 young geniuses who had protected Ao, Longyu, and Tianhu to see his strength after his breakthrough. This Crimson Demon really thinks highly of me. When I had just broken through, he said that he wanted to open the secret realm. When I walked out of the cave residence, he transformed into a person and led the way for me. Even Duan Lingtian could feel how highly Crimson Demon thought of him at this moment. It was obvious that he really thought of him as one of the most suitable targets for possession. Now, it's time to find the 2 of them and settle the old score. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. His eyes gleamed fiercely as he disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he had already teleported to the cave abode of the young genius who was protecting Ao, Longyu. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and looked down at the cave residence below him. He said indifferently, Ao, Longyu, are you coming out yourself, or do you want me to drag you out? Although Duan Lingtian's tone was indifferent and his voice was not loud, it contained divine power and was extremely penetrating. In the blink of an eye, it covered a large area around him. There were more than 10 young geniuses in Crimson Demon's small world who had cultivated in this area. Therefore, almost everyone heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Duan Lingtian, Tianhu, who was cultivating, instantly woke up when he heard the voice. His face darkened slightly as he walked out of the cave residence's stone room and headed outside. Tianhu. At this moment, a cold voice was heard from another stone room in the cave residence. Duan Lingtian has now stepped into the upper ultimate god realm. Tianhu's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he instantly stopped in his tracks. At the same time, a figure slowly walked out from the stone room where the voice came from. It was the young man who had accepted Tian's storage ring and promised to protect him. The young man was also recognized as one of the strongest young geniuses in Crimson Demon's small world. The young man had also walked out of the secret realm unscathed previously. He had also come out before Duan Lingtian. End of chapter. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.